Hello, I'm Ana Clara Grecu, a primary school teacher at the Technological High School, Carol First, in Valea Doftane, Romania. I'm an eTwinning, Erasmus, and SRO ambassador for Romania and the Quiver ambassador, so I'm open to offering support and guidance to anyone interested in these programs. The project I choose to talk to you about today is an e-twinning project that provided many moments of integration of STEM activities. To the Moon brought together students and teachers from five European countries: Austria, Spain, Serbia, Turkey, and Romania. 200 students and 20 teachers learn together during a school year about plants, extraterrestrial space, healthy food, programming, and through online meetings compared their achievement, asked each other questions, and gave answers, celebrating success and learn valuable lessons from failures. In this project, using extraterrestrial space as a context, students between the age of 8 and 12 learn about the challenges of life on another planet. They grew plants in the hydroponics environment, experimented with taste in space, learned robotics and programming, discovered 12 female astronauts, and learned about their contribution to the conquest of space, and voted on rules of social organization in the moon's colonies, starting from the assumption that sooner or later people will reach the moon again and build bases to be able to explore Mars. We ask our students important questions to which they had to look for the answers. What plants will we be able to grow on the moon, knowing that we do not have a suitable soil? Who are the women who contributed to the conquest of space, and what relevant information will we take about them to a library on the moon? What social rules will have to respect in a selenary colony, and who will choose them? Starting from these questions, the teachers involved in the project built together a series of activities, many of them STEM. So, summing up the first questions, the students were put in the situation of looking for solution for growing plants on the moon. The initial questions generated interesting discussions. How big could those plants be? How long should we wait for them to be fully grown? Can we grow apples on the moon? In this way, the students summarized the knowledge related to plants and their needs. They looked for arguments to support their point of view, and they had interesting discussions. Next, the students had an online meeting with the Austrian partner Gerald Landel. He explained to them how plants get the nutrients they need from air, water, and soil. He explained to them that plants can grow without soil, only in water if they have nutrients. This way of growing plants is called hydroponics. Gerald proposed to the students participating in the project to be part of an international research and to grow mustard and other small aromatic plants in these conditions. So, each school in the project started building simple hydroponics systems in which they sowed mustard and other plants. Then They monitored over the course of 3 or to 4 months. As you can see in the photos, the hydroponic systems made up of expanded clay and water nourish the little plants long enough for them to grow healthy. To build the hydroponic system, the students used small plastic cups or the bottom half of a plastic bottle with the holes drilled in the bottom and inserted into a jar of water so that only the bottom of the top glass touched the water. Balls of expanded clay and mustard seeds we then placed in the top glass. Every day the students checked the water level in the jar. My 8 years old students were delighted to observe the roots up close. They noticed that the first leaves were reddish before they opened and asked Gerald why this happened. In this way, they better understood the role of leaves and photosynthesis. All the schools involved in the project grew their own plants and recorded their development in a journal. There were online meetings where students shared their observation. The plants at the school in Spain, for example, became infested with the small beetles and died. This failure was considered a good opportunity to study plants disease in a future project. Pupil of Melek and Chigdem and Turkey built more advanced hydroponic system and present them to project partners. Pupil of Melek and Chigdem and Turkey Natasha Stanik's students from Serbia germinated plants in cotton pads, then transplanted them. Some students from Romania also grew other plants and made observation on their size and the possibility of them being grown in the International Space Station, for example. As you can see in the picture, the bean plant grown in the hydroponic systems has blossom and produce pods. Because my students' interest in studying plants was growing, I invited master students in biology to talk to them about cells and photosynthesis. They had the opportunity to observe various plants and animal cells under a microscope. Also, our school's lab teacher invited my students to the biology lab. She took mustard leaves, crushed them in a mortar, and then put them under the microscope for my students. The students were delighted to notice the little cells of chlorophyll. Another important moment of our project was when the students learned to program together using Scratch and Makey boards. My students learned to code from the brilliant students of Maria Jose Cayuela from Ceuta, Spain. After they learned, they were teachers for the other colleagues in the project. Together with our partners, we learn to use the Scratch programming language to program the Makey board. In this way, we created an audio library. The library was made from recyclable materials, so our students learn to protect the environment. Each partner created such a bookstore in their native language. Then an audiobook was created in English. To achieve it, each partner sent an audio recording of a student reading the text in English. It was a team effort, which enriched us all. It was also important for our students to understand that they are valuable and that they can go far if they have confidence in themselves.
Sally Reader fue la primera mujer de su país y tercera del mundo en explorar el espacio exterior. Nació en Los Ángeles, California, Estados Unidos,
Venga, dale al
en
stop.
1950.
Venga, otra.
Susan es de Alabama, Estados Unidos. Susan es una oficial retirada de Fuerzas Aéreas de los Estados Unidos y una astronauta de la
Venga,
NASA
otra.
que ha participado en muchas misiones. Becky Wilson nació en 1965 en Alabama. Es la
Venga,
mujer
otra.
que más días ha estado. Ellen Ochoa nació en 1958 y murió en 1993. Fue la primera
Otra.
mujer de habla hispana en caminar por el espacio. Ellen Collins es la primera mujer piloto y la primera mujer comandante de un transbordador espacial.
Venga, otra.
Actualmente es una coronel. Anna-Lee Fisher nació en 1947. Vive en los Estados Unidos. Fue la primera mujer en ser madre que viajó al espacio.
Venga, otra.
En la misión nació en Rusia. Fue la primera mujer en viajar al espacio. En
Venga, ya.
1963, la valentía de
The realization of the audio library was preceded by an persevering research work. Our students, divided in the small teams, looked for the relevant information, then translated it from their mother tongue into English. Working in small teams, extracting relevant information from a text developed the communication and collaboration skills of my students, helped them to read and understand the read content. Games proposed by partners also help them retain information and assess their knowledge. For us, during the project, it was important to make our students aware of the importance of rules and their respect for a democratic society. We don't know what life will be like on the moon, but we know for sure that we will need laws there too. Using the lessons provided by the European Space Agency together with our partners in the project, we discovered the constitution of the moon and we used the card number 4 to debate and to vote which is the right each segment to live and work in the future on the beautiful satellite of the Earth. After debates and many questions, after weighing every advantage and every disadvantage they saw, our students, at the moment full of emotion and joy, they participate in their first vote. In all the schools involved in the project, a real polling station we organized, and each individual child was able to express their own options. In the European Year of Parliamentary Elections, Our students learn not only to vote, but also to listen to a different opinion, to understand other point of view, and to argue their own, to regulate their emotions, to collaborate, to evaluate. One of the activities that the students liked the most was the tasting space proposed by the partner Mihaela Balint from Romania. After watching a series of short videos about the life of astronauts on the International Space Station, our students learn what astronauts eat, how they prepare their meals, why they don't eat bread in space, and what happens to water in space. In the next activity, our students try different combination of peanut butter, honey, and jam spread on a piece of flat Lebanese bread, then vote for the combination they liked the most. Always, when we work with students online, we are preoccupied about their safety on the internet. That's why they made avatars and introduced themselves in the Padlet dedicated to this activity. Learn about copyright protection and created images for the project in Canva or Gencraft, naming their source. Together with the partners, we celebrated Internet Safety Day, the games and activities being transmitted to the children via QR codes so that access is safe. We use the internet to send virtual greetings on the occasion of the winter holidays, to search the information and images of a female astronaut, to record voices in the audio library, to use the Scratch programming language, or to vote for the project logo. The biggest gain of using technology was that students could meet and share pictures of cultivated plants, impressions and games, music and good cheer. They learned robotics and programming together. Learning through projects bring a lot of joy in the classroom, but it also created a connection between teachers, connection that often cross the barrier of professional life. People become friends. And because eTwinning and Erasmus go hand in hand, those who have only worked together online can meet face to face and work side by side. Together with Maria Jose Verdu from Escuela Abad Oliva from Barcelona, Spain, my e-twinning partner for 7 years, we presented our project European Menu from Earth to the Moon during a national event dedicated to e-twinning day during my job shadowing in her school. Because our project was rich in interesting activities and beautiful from the point of view of collaboration between partners. It was selected as a model of good practice and presented at the International Conference of the European Space Agency in July this year by our partner from Austria, Gerald Landl. I believe that this project has changed all of us teachers or students. We understand better how to carry out STEM activities. We learn together, support each other, applauded each individual or team achievement, and understand what needed to be improved. I see in my students that after this year of discovering space and earth, they are more cheerful about their actions related to the environment. They spend quality time together, they play and communicate better. They are more creative. This fact is also due to my partners who proposed such rich and beautiful activities. For students, the games they built, the one they played with their partners, the final evaluation of the project demonstrated that the students for all participating countries mastered the concept related to hydroponics, social organization, space mission, and robotics. Here you have some of the resources we use and a link to the project if you want to take a closer look. For any additional information, you can write me at the email address below. Thanks to the organizer for this opportunity and to those present for their attention. Good luck to everyone. I wish you a school year full of beautiful activities.
Hi everyone, my name is Anita, and today I want to share a little bit about our approach and share briefly some of the context, some of the methods we use, the successes and challenges, and round up with some of our learnings. Some of the slides have a lot of text on them, and in the interest of time, I may click through these, but you can also revisit in your own time. Our context. Ireland has two exam cycles, both high stakes. Junior cycle age 12 to 14 and the senior cycle 15 to 18. During review by our National Council for Curriculum Assessment, Ireland's senior cycle, which includes university entrance and further education exams, was deemed not fit for purpose and needed revision for the demands of the 21st century. You can see here some of the proposed revisions. To verify their approach, the UN observers, the OECD, reviewed the review and confirmed that the NCA's review was solid and that the findings were correct. However, until there was something that could be trusted, system change would be incremental and slow. Just prior to this, we had begun our research developing a place-based STEAM education approach to the VUCA world: volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And this requires a whole new set of skills. There are a number of findings, but the ones that stuck with us and informs our current approach were these. Our key cohort, which was 75 young people for an academic year, felt that they were worried about their future because they didn't think they had one. They weren't talking to their friends about it, and they were conscious and able to articulate that they were using denial as a coping mechanism. If they didn't talk about it, they could pretend it wasn't happening. Their perception was that they knew more than their parents and teachers about climate change, and that the adults and leaders were doing nothing anyway. Since then, we have worked with close to 2,500 learners and their teachers, and 17 industry and academic subject experts to develop the Renewing Catalyst Sustainable STEAM Education Programme. Imagine designing our present and future world based on the education of the world of 40 years ago. Essentially, this is what we are doing. We have already compromised the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. For them to exist in this VUCA world, they will need to build a whole new skill set, and Ireland's educational system is not preparing them for this reality. Our current approach, being Catalyst Sustainable STEAM, has three aspects: in schools, within the mainstream education system, aligned to the mainstream education system through design sprints, and we're going to build an online learning community. And I will talk about each of these as we go through. Our work integrates a number of values-led design frameworks, so learners and teachers are developing integrated futures literacies, knowledge and skills. They also use differentiated strategies and blended learning to support diverse learners. When we asked learners about the work we have been doing with them, which talked openly about the realities of climate change, while they said it was hard at times, the information was difficult. They would rather have the information than not. They also added our approach gave them hope, as we never left them sitting in the problem. We were always encouraging them to think through the problem, what they could do, and were giving them the confidence and competencies needed for them to act. This is an overview of our themes. It is basically food, clothes, shelter, and the various pedagogical aspects within them. They are devised to address gaps in knowledge for both teachers and learners. These are gaps that we saw and continue to see during our research. They embed state-of-the-art research and industry innovation in accessible ways. This is through our industry and academic links and our global Smart Lab, a global network of practitioners and researchers working towards pro-eco-social change. In school, the Meaning Catalyst platform supports learners and teachers with a bank of scaffolded programme resources and activity sheets that simultaneously builds confidence and competence towards project-based learning. Each programme, as well as each session, has three parts: knowledge acquisition, which is discovery-based learning to encourage authentic connections; knowledge experimentation, which builds confidence and competence and fosters students' voice and choice; and developing and designing a meaningful challenge, sustaining student inquiry. The programmes are also designed to be delivered either as a whole programme by 2 to 3 teachers through linked learning, or as a micro-module, or a pick and mix approach. You can start with 1 or 2 lessons to augment your existing teaching plans, as well as soft introduction to project-based learning. This was to support Irish teachers to facilitate learning without a curriculum or subject-specific expertise. Our work with the industry experts and academic experts embed knowledge into the lessons that can be trusted. You can see 2 versions of the platform access points, so all the programs on the left, and then what happens when you click into a program. You can see the seven modules, and then you can click into those and you can get activities lesson by lesson. They're designed to fit within a school timetable and teachers' teaching loads. We also have extension and reduction activities depending on the timetable. We encourage teachers to have double or even triple classes, which can either be an hour and 20 minutes or 2 hours, as some schools have hour-long classes while others only have 40 minutes. And you can see an example of some of the lesson plans and the supporting resources. We include place-based supports in linking with communities, including working with community groups on problem solving and challenges. We also include suggestions for challenges, co-develop driving questions with learners, as well as online clinics, planning support, and troubleshooting for teachers with us. During our research, we saw that learners also needed specific support, as the system has attuned them not only to right and wrong answers, but also how to answer. And the skills and knowledge we are trying to build are non-standard and often rarefied: design, creativity, systems thinking, complexity, as well as communication. You can see here an example of our design sprints, which actually takes learners out of the more formal classroom scenario. The design sprints are devised to give the learners real-world experience of challenge-led learning and working with experts as part of a team, as well as within small groups. At the end of the sprint, the process and expertise is repackaged into programs that can be delivered within a school context and timetable by any teacher. We are currently working with our learning community and adapting our resources to support students to work alone, and we are working with a team of learners as co-designers. We are also connecting our platform to a bespoke, closed, and safe AI system that learners can use to generate support from our learning resources if they do not have a peer group or an adult or teacher that can support them. To date, we have worked with over close to 2,500 learners and their teachers and continuously use this experience to inform our evolution as we are engaged researchers. While linked to a university, we operate as an SME. This means we can undertake our work under research conditions and further improve upon them. We evaluate all we deliver, and every lesson has a built-in reflective activity which not only gives feedback to the teacher, but enables learners to think about what they have learned and what they would like to learn more of, as well as enable the teacher to adapt the lesson. If we are working under research conditions, we also gain access to these evaluations to inform the design of new resources or update existing resources. We encourage peer review and critique from the perspective of collaboration and working together. And being arts and design led, we are also teaching them about iteration rather than failure. And you can see some of the feedback that has come from this 3-2-1 exercise. Given our approach, we experience different successes and challenges in each context. Successes have included more teachers using our resources and feeling confident enough to adapt or hack them, using them to augment their own teaching, learners designing finding solutions that no adult would think of, learners consistently report they enjoy the sessions, they overcome struggles and self-identify new interests and skills, and working with our external experts to build the content, they find the process challenging but also rewarding and are now looking to build them into any third level teaching that they also do. On the challenges, learners' abilities in certain areas are not cultivated, imagination, creativity, or applying knowledge in new context or practical problem solving, as this is not in the curriculum at all. The limitations of trying to fit within the school timetable, as most teachers work across multiple years and cannot take time from other classes for PBL, project-based learning. Both in school and working with external experts, there is a disconnect to the lived experience of active, engaged learning, particularly for this age group. Being most learning is normally information driven. So in summary, I would just like to say under strategies and tactics, we operate both within formal and informal learning contexts and seek opportunities by consistently working strategically for system change and tactically to show proof of concept and access learners. There are often ways and opportunities that are overlooked and we leverage these. Teacher continuing professional development, work experience, and increasing research projects within formal learning contexts. Small, well-defined projects are critical for encouraging the process and can be easy to integrate into a school context. Whether teachers or learners, we provide support in clear, accessible ways. We also provide briefs for projects with clear goals, expectations, and assessment criteria, often developing this with learners and including peer assessment. As we encourage collaboration and teamwork, this provides a strong foundation for peer assessment. Failure is success in process. We embrace an iterative approach. We regularly assess the effectiveness of our projects and make improvements based on feedback and outcomes. As researchers as well as educators, we look for emerging educational trends, technological advancements, and changing student need. Our relationships with learners and teachers also inform our work, as inclusive design is one of our frameworks. They are our clients. Increasingly, the skills within the arts and design are deemed valuable, and within this approach to learning, research, exploring, experimenting are all opportunities for learning. Learning by doing is iterative. We are focused on this for both teachers and learners and challenge concept of failure. Balance and autonomy and guidance. This is important as we need to build confidence and competence simultaneously so learners are motivated by positive challenges that encourage success rather than becoming overwhelmed by failure or becoming stuck by not knowing what to do. It encourages learner ownership while providing support and mentoring. Very few learners have the skills to go straight to agentic learning or self-directed learning initially. They have to be deprogrammed from the system. We hope that to cultivate lifelong learning. All the skills and competencies we promote are transferable and support the learner's curiosity and to develop their own voice and be confident in their choices. Being design-led, the approach to PBL not only addresses specific learning objectives, but also cultivates skills such as critical thinking, problem-solving, and adaptability, invaluable for lifelong learning and success beyond the classroom. Thank you. We are also relaunching our platform, and if anyone would like to sign up, all the resources are free. And you can see the website is www.uniquecatalyst.com. Thank you for your time, and you can always contact us if you have any questions or would like to use the resources and need some help in planning.
As a product design engineer, I always wanted to build robots, but it was very difficult to find parts in the market or even the knowledge to build them. At the end, you end up quite frustrated with the result. So, putting together all my knowledge and with a 3D printer, I created this little robot called Otto. Initially a funny dancing robot that anybody could replicate at their homes at their own printers. It was open source, shared with the world. Everybody was happy building their own robots, but slowly children got the attention on it. It started to be used even in some schools, but with the struggle of finding still the parts was not that easy, even though it was much easier than it took me. But that's when I saw the need to create a new generation. My name is Camilo, I am the EdTech developer at Moravia. Together with the new team, we created this new generation of Otto. And as you can see, we have a big brand on it, HP. With HP, we managed to partner and collaborate to bring this new robot to the market. It complies with all the quality aspects of an HP branded product. Here in the Czech Republic, we even 3D print all the parts in our own farm. We made it together not only to create this very first robot, but to create a whole line of new generation, the HP robots line. Right now, it's even the first educational robot created by HP. And together with their vision of making education and technology accessible in the world, we are making robotics accessible to everybody. Otto, we run it on 3 principles: create, connect, code. Creativity, mechanics, electronics, and programming. The way it works is that creativity is encouraged with the use of 3D printing. You can 3D print your own robot first and then complement it with the kit to build it in any color you want. Our first Otto starter kit includes everything you need to get started. In the form of the builder kit, you have all the 3D printed parts included, as you can see here, that we make in our own farm here in the Czech Republic. Produced with the highest quality materials we have outsourced in Europe, we produce all these parts. Here you can see all the electronics that comes in the creator kit. In case you have a 3D printer, you can opt for a cheaper version that has all the electronics and you just have to 3D print the parts from our website for free, and you can put together with these electronics. We have an advanced PCB custom made for this robot that has Bluetooth and Wi-Fi incorporated, and it's much more advanced than the previous DIY version. We include the battery, which is very important and always lacking in DIY projects. 2 line following sensors so that you can practice in tournaments and different competitions. A very nice RGB LED ring that you can make different effects, animations, and colors. The ultrasonic is our classic distance measurement device that we use for avoiding obstacles, but now we include more RGB lights inside it. And a screwdriver, which is our main and only tool for building this robot. In our starter kit, we include this imprinted manual that walks you through every step how to put together this kit. Little by little, children put together with the help of the screwdriver all the parts that make this robot work. Once you finish building, you also have extra content already for learning how the coding works. The use of the platform, the blocks, how to interact with the robot, how to connect it through the USB-C, and how to send new programs to Otto. And at the end, we have a little introduction for the 3D printing, basic settings to set up your machine to make the robot and to make the parts like we provide. But we don't not only stay on the simple manual, because now it's an educational product. We have worked on a complete educational zone that you can find on our website, where you will see lessons and a whole curriculum attached with learning objectives or of STEM education. Simple concept of robotics, simple concept of programming from the very beginning to more advanced stuff with Arduino and C language. You can walk through the different chapters. We have not only for the students, but we have for the teachers a guide of how to educate their students. So that in case that some of the teachers don't have experience with the robot, we get them to jump into this world of robotics. You have step-by-steps how to program your first blocks, examples also in the platforms that you can just simply give a kickstart for your students, and then they will take from there. We have different topics already. Just in the starter kit, we have 18 lessons included, completely free, that you can already browse and download with the worksheets and student materials. So with the help of the manual, you put together this 3D printable, programmable, and modular robot. The coding part, you have multiple levels. You can start from very basic icons that just put together as a puzzle blocks, or you can then eventually move into the word blocks that allows children to go into a more advanced functions with and basic concepts of programming like conditionals and loops. You have also the option to preview the code, so like you can start to learn already MicroPython and other languages at the same time. And it all comes back to the creativity part, because then thanks to the modularity and 3D printing, you can transform it into different creatures. You can change the wheels for legs to walk or dance. You can make compatible with other building systems, or you can even change the tops into different outputs and sensors. You have humidity and temperature, you have light, sound, sense, or position sense. You have interactions with buttons, encoders, accelerometers, and potentiometers. Or you can change the face to have different emotions or show different information on it. You also can make the robot talk, and we will be adding more on that, as we will see is used in the schools. As I mentioned before, you have multiple levels of programming. You can start with the very easy and simple icons mode, which is recommended for beginners. You just have, it's like a Scratch Junior, you just have blocks in horizontal array. You can just put together like a puzzle. Here I'm changing the colors of the lights, I have the robot connected through via USB, but I can also use Bluetooth if I want. And I just run the code very quickly and see the results immediately. Later on, our students can move into word blocks. Word blocks is like the traditional Scratch. Similar and familiar colors that they have been using before to do the same functions, but now we have more functionalities. I can add effects to the lights, I can add different sounds, different tones. I can connect here again quickly via USB and run the code immediately. The good thing about word blocks is that we can see the code that is generated in Python parallel, as you can see here in the screen. So the students are learning a real coding language like professionals. You also have examples that already are connected with the lessons. So you have this series of getting started guides that for beginners of any type of programming can go through with very simple examples of how to program. You can quickly open them and run them in the code. You also have the possibility to save your own projects, open them. We have it in multiple languages in the case of the word blocks, and you have different settings for updates, for using Bluetooth, for checking the files, and so on. Here you can also access the other modes, so we can go into simulate mode. Simulate mode is perfect for just testing the electronics without having the robot. You can test your codes as simple as before, just dragging and dropping and running the code. You can see the preview on the right. We also have a web remote control that I can connect the robot via Bluetooth and control instantly with these widgets. These widgets can be rearranged. I can delete, I can add new ones because it's also modular. For our children to really become future inventors, it's not only about the programming. It's not only about putting together a robot. It's about the creativity. And we are giving them the tools to really become inventors of new robots, not just using technology, not just browsing to a phone, but to really understand how they work inside. That's why it's so important to create, connect, and code. For more information, visit us at hprobots.com. See you in the community. Bye!
Good afternoon. My name is Danilo Kozoberc and I come from the Center Blue Workshop, Slovenia. Today I will talk about the laziness and ineffectiveness of teachers as a two qualities of a successful teacher. So this sounds a little bit strange, of course, but I go ahead and explain what I mean by laziness and ineffectiveness. So I will introduce in the beginning Blue Workshop, our STEM center in Fram near Maribor in Slovenia. Here we work with children and young people from the local environment and visit primary schools and kindergarten and conduct workshops and technical and science days for them. So first, first area is science. We cover the field of science, and our guiding principle is to use simple, easily accessible, and inexpensive materials to carry out experiments and activities for children. The next area is engineering. This area is, at least in Slovenia, poorly represented in the school system. It is not engineering is not only a field of technology, making things out of wood, metal, and use of tools and machines. Well, of course, that is also the case, but not just this. Engineering is a way of solving technical problems, or a way of solving problems with the help of technology. We want to direct the children and teach them how to face problems and how to respond to them with technical engineering methods. A great challenge with which we also want to contribute to the economical development of the area or the country. Engineering is certainly the foundation of the economic development of the area or country. Math is the next area. We also cover this field because our motto is hands are an extension of the brain. This is the principle of Montessori pedagogy, where it says that children should be able to grasp didactic aids and work with them, and in this way connect hands and brains. Okay, let we go to the good teacher. And our impression of good teacher is someone who is really working hard, who start at home, prepare what have to do, and when he's in classroom, he explain things, writing on the blackboard, and think how to motivate children. And when he came home, he has to do some activities, so correct test, examine notes book. So definitely is he or she is not lazy. You probably knows Bloom taxonomy. It's represented by a pyramid of learning objectives because at the bottom is memorization. We understanding that this is the basement of the learning, and the teachers usually think we have to start with memorization, and after the children will know facts and definitions, we can go further to understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluating, creating, and so on. But sometimes, or even usually, we don't have time for going after remembering. So we stay in this basement of remembering. And when we want to achieve that children remember the things, as teacher, we have to be very workable, very, very effective, work constantly. So what the children do? No, pardon, what the teachers do? So they are explaining and they are writing on the blackboard. constantly active, and looks like the students are active as well. But what the students do? Students are active, but how? So as we say in Slovenia, things go in one ear and out in the other. For some, of course, what comes to the ears, the children are thinking about, reflecting, and so on. But this way, when the teacher is very active, the students quite often are quite passive. For some subjects, some school subject, this way of working and teaching works much as possible. So when we are thinking about learning skill, this doesn't work very well. Learning skill happens through work, through performing certain skills. And when a student performs a skill, then the teacher is an observer. He's more passive, he's lazy. Perhaps it is better to call it pedagogical laziness. The teachers must be attentive, yes. They have to direct students, validate him, allow reflection. Yes, but they have to be, in a way, passive. The teachers become the coach. A coach, on the other hand, is someone who is passive, ineffective, lazy in a special way. So, Bloom's taxonomy of learning goals is turn it upside down. We start at creation, we start at work. The focus is on the students works, the students creates, and the teacher monitors and directs him in a specific, ineffective, passive way. Could you find the teacher on this picture? No, the teacher is absent. Okay, he is in the classroom, but we see that the students are very active. Those of you who have ever been involved in coaching must have heard of Inner Game of Tennis by Tim Galloway. As a tennis coach, Galloway came to the realization that he needed to be as passive as possible when coaching others and encourage their inner evaluation, their inner dialogue. Through this way of working, he found that his chosen ones were progressing faster. He showed them the correct moves and used as few instructions as possible. He found that it was better to have 0 instructions than too much instructions. And that, of course, can be used as teachers, especially when it comes to the area of skill learning, but also in other cases when we start with some content in such a way that the students first create, and only then, based on their experience, we provide an explanation of the definition. Here is an example of learning about electricity, actually electrical circuits. We did this exercise with first graders between the ages of 6 and 7. Most of them had no experience or knowledge in the field of electrical area. We gave them a light bulb, a battery, and some cables and told them, make something out of it. Then we put ourselves in a conscious role of passivity and laziness. This is something that is difficult for most teachers for the reason mentioned above. Teachers are inclined to help immediately, quickly give instructions, tell definitions, despite the fact that most of the children had no knowledge. Most of the children came to the point that the light bulb lit up. For some, it took 5 minutes, for others, it took 10 minutes, and we were patient. When that happened, we got a little bit active. Then we told them what we need in the electrical circuit. The electrical circuit must be closed, and in the circuit there has to be source of electrical voltage. That's how learning takes place according to the inverted Bloom taxonomy. We start working by creating, by researching, and only then to know the fact of definitions. Again, however, I must point out that it requires this consciously disciplined passivity on the part of the teacher. The teacher needs to know exactly when he's going to come in, and by then he's got to wait permanently. Perhaps some individuals need to be minimally helped to show something, to help something. So this looks like the learning process is ineffective at first glance, as if the teacher is ineffective. Of course, everything would have been significantly faster if the teacher had given definitions, show the plans, given instructions, and said, do so. The questions, of course, is how the students would understand it then, how much they would remember, how much they would be able to repeat. Let your child make mistakes. Let them fall. Make things slow. Let the things go slow. This in turn requires deliberate passivity and ineffectiveness on the part of the teacher. We are talking about this so-called prototyping. Our knowledge is not enough to make a good product. We start with a prototype that comes from our best knowledge and the understanding in that specific moment. Our task, which is presented in this picture, was to make a windmill that would spin as fast as possible. For 20 minutes, let the kids create, and the teacher is passive, is only observer. Only after the test, when we put this windmill in front of the wind and we saw how it rotates, then we give some feedback to the students, and then they start improving this windmill. So learning by prototyping. Okay, now at the end, I would ask you for a quick few seconds evaluation where you could use these principles in your school work. Which subjects, which areas are in the way that you could could be in a more passive role, that you could say your students, okay, here you have materials, start to do something, like as I present in the slides before when I was talking about discovering electrical circuits. So let's think a little bit and find at least one opportunity, one area when you could do in this way. Okay. Thank you for your attention. So I'd be happy for any questions, feedback, initiatives. As I said, Blue Workshop, Modra delavnica from Maribor, Slovenia. So have a nice day and bye-bye.
Hi everybody, my name is Fernando Smulders and I'm here with my friend Luna to talk to you about robotics in early childhood. So, robotics in early childhood is not only about programming these little bodies or learning how to design and build them, but there is also an essential part that we can take advantage of, which is the social emotional skills. I've been teaching robotics and ICT in the school of Gamification for the past 7 years. And to be honest, it has been really difficult for me to find resources in a way that I could adapt it to these early stages of life. So I want you to think about implementing robotics in early childhood as a way to develop other kind of social emotional skills. So let's do a small exercise. I would like you to travel back in time. If you can close your eyes, take a deep breath, and travel to the memories that you have in your first years of life until 6 or 7. Especially when it comes to your preschool or any educational institution that you went to. Now open your eyes. And what memories do you have? I personally have 2 big memories, and one is that my preschool and schools that I went to were always surrounded by nature. And the second one is playing video games in a computer room. I remember one of our teachers used to take us there. And as I can see, these 2 things and memories are principles that I take them forever. I'm somebody that I love going hiking and exploring natural settings around me. And the second one is I love technology. I also grew up in a family where nobody was really interested in technology, and I was actually the first person that brought a computer into the house. So as we can see, whatever we do during the first 7 years of our life is going to have a big impact on how we develop our own personality as adults. So let's talk about Erikson's theory of social development of the human being. So he talked about the stages of life and how each stage we have to go through different challenges. So let's talk about the play age. The play age takes place from around the year 3 until the year 6 or 7 of a child. And it's a very important phase of our lives and a very important phase of a kid, because this is where their imagination go wild. They're active, they imagine a lot, they explore their surroundings, and they learn through play. And this is where they also develop a sense of purpose. It's also where they will develop a sense of guilt if we don't give them the necessary tools for them to overcome that challenge. So yeah, it's a very important part of our lives where it's not only about learning how to write or learning about the numbers or the theory, but also it shapes and it gives us the foundation of our personality in the future. It will also develop the base of how we approach education. So that's why this play age, according to Erickson, is really important to give kids the tools for them to go to the next step. So why robotics? Why is it important for us, or why is it interesting to implement robotics in early childhood? Well, it's an engaging way to introduce the STEM concepts, and also, in the meanwhile, to develop, foster, and improve the social emotional skills. They will not only learn how to build, design, or program the robot, but they will also learn how to think critically, how to collaborate with each other, how to listen actively to each other, how to communicate with each other, and at the end, how to effectively work as a team. So let's focus on the social emotional aspect of robotics. So kids in this setting, they work together to design, to build, and to program robots. And by working together as a team, they develop these soft skills that are very crucial when it comes to our adult life, is the way we interact with the real world and other human beings. For example, collaborative problem solving is something that they do every day in robotics. So we always think about solving problems in a way that we can all collaborate and that we can all communicate with each other. So for example, sometimes we have activities that you have to program the robot from point A to point B. But how do we do it if we're in a group? That's when us, as educators, should come in and implement our abilities to make that happen. So here you will see that the kids will learn how to articulate ideas, because each one of them have an idea how to get from point A to point B. And in the meanwhile, they're gonna actively listen to each other. So we should give them tools as well. How should I wait? How should I listen to the other person? Is it important if I listen to that person? Is it important if they listen to me? They also build on each other's input. So, for example, if one of them has an idea of going from A to B and they chose the longest way, then maybe you have another kid that says, hey, we have another shortcut. So they help each other and they build their ideas together. They will also learn how to communicate and how to empathize. Because sometimes what they communicate is not the same thing as the other kid is thinking. And that's where they learn to empathize with each other and that different ideas count. Also about making mistakes. I think our responsibility as educators is for them to realize that it's okay, that it's good to make mistakes, because we learn from mistakes. And as educators, we should create that safe environment and repeat it constantly that making mistakes is okay. As I already mentioned, here, if we don't give them the proper tools, they will grow up with guilt. But if we give them the space for them to make mistakes, they will create a higher self-confidence in their personality. Their resilience is when they see that the robot is not working the way they want it to. So how do we keep constantly fixing the robot and testing the ideas? And here's how we build the resilience in the kid's mind and personality. So our role as educators is to guide them through this process and provide a safe space for them to communicate, for them to listen to each other, for them to make mistakes, for them to fix the problems that occur during the teamwork and activities. And something also really important is to celebrate the small successes. So a success can be different depending on each child. So as educators, we should know which strengths and weaknesses they have. So if we know that something is really difficult for one kid in comparison with the other, then we should celebrate it. We can do it in different ways. We can clap, we can celebrate it, we can play a song, we can dance, however you want to do it, but make sure that they feel proud when they work hard for getting to the goal, for finishing an activity, for even pushing themselves a little bit outside of the box. Also, help them develop their strengths. I already mentioned, as educators, we should see what their strengths are and make the space available for them to discover it and become aware of it. Also, to ask for help. When it comes to their weaknesses, create a space where it's safe to ask for help. It's okay to make mistakes, it's okay to have problems, but it's also okay to recognize when we can't do something, and that's when we ask for help. Asking for help is something that we should take advantage of when in these early ages, because as adults I see it everywhere that many of us adults don't know how to ask for help. So the main skills that we talk about in robotics are collaboration, communication, problem solving, confidence, resilience. All of these skills are very important for us to take into the future. If we teach them in an early age, if we inspire them to improve the skills, we inspire them to really be aware of these abilities, it will really facilitate their road through life, not only for their academic life, but also when they grow up as adults, they will have that foundation in their subconscious mind. And it's a good way for them to engage in society, for them to know how to approach challenges, and for them to keep learning through life. Because for me, life is a never-ending learning process until we die. So let me tell you a story about the development of some kids, because I've been talking about how we should implement it, but I can give you an example. I have kids, for example, I have one kid that he's autistic, and he was really good at creating stories. He wasn't the best at sharing ideas, and especially when it came to sharing the ideas in front of the class, but he was really creative. So I remember that this kid couldn't even speak at the beginning, and at the end of the school year, in the last year, he was able to express his ideas, he was able to express his creativity. I had kids that were really good leaders. They were always like raising their hand and they knew everything, but they didn't know how to work in a team. So for these kids, was really important for them to learn how to help each other, to empathize with other people. Instead of always trying to be the number one, how can I help other people also be the number one? I had another kid that she was super shy. She couldn't even talk to her classmates. Every time that we had to share ideas, she shut down. And thanks to the robotics classes, she started to be more self-confident because it's a repetition and the creation of that space where it's okay for them to make mistakes, that it's okay for them to ask for help. And I've seen it happening and changing the life of many kids. I also had a kid that he was gifted. He was really good with numbers and he was always at the top. But then there was something about this gift. He needed to learn how to work in a team. He needed to learn how to be patient. He needed to learn that sometimes being the best and always trying to be the number one is not the best thing. So the improvement that I saw in this kid was that he learned to be patient, he learned to listen to others, and he learned to help others. So he knew that he had a gift. But how do you use that gift to make other people better? I also had another kid that he was very hyperactive. And sometimes when it comes to working with this kid, it's a little bit difficult. And in robotics, I realized that his strength is he's really good with his hands. He's really good at remembering parts, such as simple things as what a bolt is, what a nut is, what the screwdriver is, because it excites him. And in robotics, he doesn't feel like the troublemaker, but he feels like he's part of a team and that he can help the others to achieve a goal. And that gives him self-confidence and the resilience to keep going. So how to implement it in the school curriculum? Well, use online resources. As I told you, it can be difficult to find it for early ages. So what I recommend you to do, the resources that you find, simplify them. And try to implement the social emotional part in it. Many of these resources will teach you how to teach them, how to program, how to build the most technical parts. They will learn it. That is something that in my opinion, in my experience, they learn pretty easy. So use that knowledge for them to work as a team, for them to collaborate, for them to help each other. And believe me, you will achieve more by doing that as well. Start simple, simplify things. So start with really small projects and start with robots that are very simple to use. Start with robots that you only have to program them, for example, going forward and backwards, but focus on the part of the listening, communication, collaboration, celebrating successes, make the safe space for them to make mistakes, problem solving. That will help them a lot. And gradually build on their skills. So sometimes you have different groups and they don't go on the same pace as each other. And also the kids are very different. So if you get to know your kids, you know that each one of them have different levels. And the great thing about robotics is that you can have a group of kids with different levels and they will all feel that they're doing something good. Because when you approach it in the way that I'm talking about, in a more social, emotional way, they will see and they will feel proud of being part of a team because each one of them uses their own strength to get to the goal, to solve the problem. Also use real life problems. For example, I can give you an example of last year we had a small project about the water shortage, which was a big problem that we had here in Spain. And the kids were talking about it because whatever the adults talk, the kids talk about it. And we did that. We did several projects with programming, animations, Scratch Junior, with water. They also developed their own ideas. They brainstorm and design their own robots with Lego and mechanical and different building toys that we have in the class in order to solve those problems. So if you adapt to what they're talking about, you will make the activities more interesting for them. Be flexible. Sometimes you have a really amazing activity plan, and then when you actually do it, the kids don't react the same way either, because with kids you have to be prepared for everything. Their emotional state can change. You don't know if they're gonna be tired. You don't know if they're actually gonna find what you have fun or interesting. So always be flexible with what you have in plan, or sometimes even listen to them, because sometimes they come with really great ideas about activities, and if you follow along, it will be more fun. Also be patient. We already talked about that each kid and each group works differently, so patience here is very important. Being patient and understand that each kid is actually a unique universe. So in conclusion, I encourage you to explore the possibilities that robotics offers in early childhood education. Approach it in the social emotional part and you will get more benefits out of it. Focus on the collaboration, focus on the communication, on the active listening, so they get to learn how to listen to other people's idea and therefore develop empathy. Also, focus on the collaborative side, problem solving in a collaborative way. How do we solve a real life problem with the help of technology, working together? And observe and keep learning from them. Because I think as educators, it's not only a one-way teaching, because we can also learn so much from them if we listen and we observe what they're doing. And also with all these things, we will create a foundation of a strong, resilient, responsible, and confident personality that will help these future adults become better members of society and hopefully use the technology in a more compassionate way. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gaia Zonada, and I come from the Computer History Museum in Ljubljana, Slovenia. As our museum celebrates its 20th anniversary, we spent some time reflecting, looking back on what we've learned both from the history of computer science and our own undertakings. One of the things that stands out to us is how deeply and fundamentally embedded artful creativity is in the path that took us from an analog to a digital society. One cannot think about the history of what we live now without thinking of all the crossover moments that sparked a major change in how we understand the human-computer relationship, especially in the context of innovative knowledge expression. I will use this opportunity to make my case through examples from our community education work at the Computer History Museum, and to demonstrate how to use creative practices to engage and drive interest for science, technology, and engineering. I will also attempt to make my case for the importance of implementation of the cross-curricular STEAM agenda. But first, I want to explain why we feel it's important to address young people who do not identify with STEM as much as those who already find science and technology interesting, and why we believe no skill today can exist in isolation. I personally always like to believe you can accomplish anything if you just put your mind to it. We're not limited in our capacity to one knowledge vertical. Rather, we're encouraged to follow with it. Outside the formal labeling, it's not unthinkable for anyone to have multiple interests in vastly different fields and to enjoy exploring contrasting subjects. A person is able to build their expertise with equal dedication in science and art, in technology and humanities. A thing so common in antiquity and Renaissance, but largely forgotten when the economic need arose for specialized labor. As the industrial age gave way to the information age, our environment began an even faster cycle of innovation and change, which we collectively were barely able to follow. As it accelerates further, we find ourselves in a world where we teach children for a future dramatically different from our own experience, and often find it hard to keep up with the pace of change we face in our everyday classroom lives. As comforting as it may be to try to introduce stability through the established order of things, we must keep in mind that our role is to prepare these kids for the lives that lie ahead of them. We need to prepare them for a world of ever-changing context. The advance of science and technology already surpassed the limits of intuitive understanding, as it becomes most evident with the advent of generally accessible generative AI technologies for everyday use. As a certain illusion of understanding slips from our hands, it becomes apparent we must refocus our attention on training the skills that enable kids to wade through the murkiness of foggy details. We need to help them keep their compass, and a great tool at our disposal is our ability to bridge curriculum efforts between contrasting subjects. Research has been showing us for the past decade that narrow specializations should no longer be the end goal of our education efforts. As the work environments and living environments both change at the pace of technological intervention, we see again and again the knowledge integration is sought for and in demand. 75% of the fastest growing occupations require STEAM skills and knowledge, and 70% of the future jobs value individual enterprise much, much higher than any time in the past. Despite this being old news, we haven't fully absorbed this mindset shift in our schools. And at the same time, we haven't noticed that the same demands are being pressed upon us as individuals just to interpret the world we live in. The density of information and the self-reliance needed today is nothing compared to how communities interacted in the past. Even a decade ago, there were editorial authorities. Now there is the vast black hole of user-generated content we swipe through on a daily basis for entertainment, but also when seeking to inform ourselves. We are equipped with the ability to assess various points of view, to interpret the implications for various industry verticals and segments of society. Are we really? Are we empowered to take initiative, or will we stare passively at the mess and struggle to make sense of it all because we lack deeper understanding? To help prepare our students for what lies ahead of them, we should refocus on active learning. Get them away from the passive audience mode they were tuned into as consumers of technologically empowered media. We have at our disposal a magnificent set of tools to drive more engagement in the learning process, and we should use it. The cross-curricular STEAM agenda helps us address a topic with different approaches, both tapping into and filling different knowledge bases, and teaching the value of various points of view and tools for our analysis of the given topic. It fosters diverse thinking and builds our creative problem-solving muscles. But most importantly, it will uncover the power of understanding the connectedness of knowledge. And what is becoming indispensable in our instant information gratification society, cross-curricular STEAM approaches enable students to build the habit of striving for deeper insights into various topics. An engagement level nowadays foreign even to most adults, but essential for individual empowerment and active instead of passive participation in shaping the world we live in. If we help our students connect knowledge, we're also helping them to connect to knowledge. And we're helping them build the skills they will need in a lifelong learning environment to access knowledge in the future, including the very basic skills of literacy, numeracy, and digital competence, a set without which they will not be able to consider themselves fully literate in a world dominated by digital data, big data, and the information overflow. When we're attempting to onboard both students and colleagues to our cross-curricular STEAM agenda, however, there's one rule that we need to hold very dear: plan with intention. In any teamwork effort or any distributed responsibility effort, it's much too easy to glide over details when they're not part of your own focus. And if joint intent is not achieved during planning, our efforts will come off as half-baked attempts, often doing the A in STEAM great injustice, and definitely not harvesting the full combined potential. I'm not saying teacher collaboration is easy, but when it works, it offers many, many benefits. When teachers from multiple disciplines come together and collaborate closely, they learn from each other and deepen their own understanding of how knowledge from different subjects can interconnect. Such contrasting collaboration is resource intensive. But on the upside, it offers you the chance to perhaps include topics you cannot cover in your own class, even though you'd want to. Geography and history, as well as languages, are great starting points for seeking cross-curricular collaboration support if you come from the STEM side. And given an opportunity to include creative interpretation, those subjects can truly flourish. Technology has a similar role on the other side of the spectrum. Much like in art, there's no one right answer in computer science. Computer science is about identifying and evaluating many different routes to a solution and then selecting the most effective based on the context. Embracing the openness of computer science, students can develop their own creative curiosity and can form their own solutions instead of following existing pathways. For budding computer scientists, an artistic mentality can be a powerful advantage. Already, we're seeing the need for creativity in STEM via roles like graphic designers and 3D animators who use specialized creative software to create digital art. Similarly, data analysts spend much of their time forming data visualizations to make complicated data sets digestible. And front-end developers and user interface and user experience designers work on websites and app designs to ensure both a logical user journey and an aesthetic experience, while at the same time achieving product goals. When we think about the use of STEAM to build teacher collaboration, complexity of projects and processes can stop us from even thinking about taking the transdisciplinary STEAM road. That's why it's helpful to illustrate various collaboration types teachers can build. The multidisciplinary efforts require the least amount of coordinational and overlap effort, as each subject expert stays in their own field. In cross-disciplinary efforts, you begin to connect. In interdisciplinary efforts, you begin to exchange. And when you get to the transdisciplinary efforts, you basically weave your contrasting subjects together. An additional factor to consider is more of a time frame factor, but also influences your collaboration approach. If you have less time to dedicate to the STEAM effort, a project-based approach is best. It enables you to front-load curricular content and gives the students an opportunity to learn skills as they progress towards the end result of the project. If you would like to ease into your STEAM collaboration gradually, a problem-based approach gives you the opportunity over time to apply the learning process through which students produce potential solutions. It offers an opportunity to introduce a design cycle, similar to the science inquiry cycle, where you preload the curriculum. You can spin as many iterations of your cycle, which allows you to deepen an understanding of the topic and produce a wide range of solutions students can then compare on subject-relevant criteria. Blurring the boundaries between subjects also raises questions for teachers about how the student progress should be assessed. Should modules that combine creative and analytical components, for example, be examined with numeric or artistic criteria? The answer is likely a mixture of both, but it poses questions of weighing and how exactly both can be measured simultaneously. Getting math teachers on board will need adaptations, maybe going back to rubrics, accepting that STEAM in math and STEAM is an enabling or supporting subject, a skill to implement. In humanities, teachers will worry about assessment of group work and how to incorporate hard skills, how to bring in literacy. So formative assessments are very powerful, and a good practice is to set goalposts along the way and evaluate small segments on explicit knowledge rather than the final deliverable. The string of assessment milestones also helps you to manage the process first problem-based approach with an insight into the performance of students over time. When choosing your tools, be considerate of the time you might need to master them and make sure your tool stack will not add more difficulty in the onboarding phase than output benefits. We can easily be misled by our own digital insecurities and try to go too far too quickly. So the rule of thumb would be to do not complicate. The more plug and play your initial choice of technology is, the less time and focus the tool will claim for itself. Before diving into tech tools, make sure you do a segment of explicit teaching and preload the information in the student's discovery phase, because students don't know what they don't know. And to make things stick, look for skills to be applied to actual, not just abstract problems. STEAM is ideal for practicing estimation and assessing whether your answer is reasonable. It's great for understanding science as a human endeavor and diving into the history of discovery, but it's best at perfecting conditional knowledge. So to know when and how to use a particular skill or a particular piece of knowledge. I would now like to take you through two examples from the community educator work we do at the Computer History Museum in Ljubljana, Slovenia. As provider of informal education programs, we work both in direct contact with communities as well as a support organization for the formal education sector. Although we work with all levels of education, including the university level, I chose to take you through two examples that are applicable also to elementary and high school or secondary school students. The example for elementary school students has a project-based approach, and the example for secondary school students is a process-based one. And since our museum covers both historical topics and questions raised by contemporary technology, one is going to look in the past and one to the future. The oldest computer games were made of nothing more than text. They were basically gamified literature, known as interactive fiction or text adventures. As you played the game, you got to choose which path to take through the story and what to do inside the story. This was very natural to players in the times when computers had no true graphic capabilities, but since stories are the strongest tool we as humanity have ever had, they still grab our attention today. This text adventure-based module primarily invites the collaboration of language teachers and computer science teachers, sometimes also math teachers, but you could also use it to enhance any subject just by making your curricular module the content of a game, be that geography, chemistry, history, anything really. The module combines aspects of improvisational theater to get the creative juices flowing and build an understanding of role-playing mechanics, creative writing and storytelling when you're weaving your story towards the many possible endings, and naturally a bit of coding to make it all interactive. Depending on the student's proficiency, the coding skills can range from total beginners to pro level, and the results will be accordingly complex. Throughout the module, students work on their literacy and textual presentation skills, crafting a world in which they put riddles and dangers and quests for the players to act out. All built with the help of applied skills in formal logic, using variables, loops to make things more fun. What's important, your end result is a web publishable game other students and friends of the creators can play. In the process of building this game, we take students through building a story arc and immerse themselves into 3 levels of active reading, the program documentation so they know how to use the software, the code where they can see the end result, and the computer code behind it side to side. And last but not least, the error messages where we fight the fear of failure and fear of unknown in technology by treating them as instructions we decipher very carefully. Using an open source tool like Twine, students are able to work with macros, so preset bundles of code, which cover certain functionalities in a game, and put them together to first gain an understanding of how software is built and not lose themselves in debugging their own typos in code on the first contact. Through this creative process, they also learn about the economy of software when we introduce open source programs and naturally the history of human-computer interaction. But working together on this publishable interactive stories, they learn so much more. From teamwork and individual expression inside a group to creative ideation and idea presentation, all the way to rhythm sequence, analytical reasoning, program architecture design, coding commands, use of coding tools, and user testing. It's truly a rich STEAM experience. And the beauty of it is you can start it as a project and then use it as a part of a learning process and have students create more short text adventures based on the knowledge they acquired at certain subjects as a foundation for challenges they put out for each other to play. The second example takes into consideration the newest of technologies and how it's impacting our lives. Through this module, students are given a process to discover how young people experience technology like artificial intelligence and identify as well as discuss how they foresee this tech influencing their relationships. It enables a collaboration between computer science teachers and art, psychology, or social science teachers, and focuses on understanding generative technologies in enough depth to extrapolate their applicable use case as well as the implications they could have for social change. It incorporates the use of creative media to render tangible abstract concepts for a speculative future. Students get to explore speed of development of new technologies and the relationship between the technology and its productivization, as well as impacts of technological revolutions and the economy in relation to social structures, inequality, and sustainability. They also include the understanding of how technology impacts us each as individuals. The activity focuses heavily on the discovery process, but it's framed with a concrete challenge to help students start their journey. The challenge goes like this. A group of your friends woke up with amnesia in the year 2030, in which artificial intelligence took over the world, becoming an integral part of our everyday lives and relationships. You need to explain to your friends how relationships have changed throughout the years with the influence of AI. In order to accomplish this task, students are guided through formal understanding of the underlying technology as well as their own general social understanding of AI. They are challenged with a full design cycle for a tech product and go on to dive into understanding social mechanisms and psychology and end up presenting their findings. What you see on the photograph is part of a group of high school students that focused on communication between people, even intimate communication, which is already today heavily influenced by technology as a medium. They took the current emphasis on virtual communication and expanded it into the future of 2030, where communication between people is done only through an AI interpreter intermediary. Even more, they extrapolated that the interpreter AI will not only smooth the bumps in communication and enhance the experience, but it will at the same time become an equal partner in communication, like a third party in those relationships, which was very insightful, but also reflected some of the students' concerns and could be used as a great starter for classroom discussion. It was not an easy task because these students went through all of the hurdles of learning how to work as a team, the group and individual expression management, but also understanding the value of facts and the value of speculative conceptualizing, discovering their own biases, recognizing outside influences on their thinking, and at the end, distilling what their actual own interpretation of future possibility is. And with each group, it is different, giving ample opportunities for further analysis. It also offers us, the educators, a good insight into sources of knowledge the students rely upon outside of our classrooms and how they respond to them. It gives us an honest insight into their perspectives on the way the world around them influences them as they are growing into adulthood. In conclusion, I would urge you to start the journey with your strengths. Make a mini version of the STEAM project. If your school is one of those schools where you don't talk to each other, use the mini version at the end of a unit. Find a friend from another subject and incorporate a tiny bit bite-sized module. And after the first successes, start really talking to colleagues and school leadership, and use the support of community education spaces like cultural institutions, such as our Computer History Museum, to get to cross-curricular STEAM programs. And remember, our common goal is to achieve literacy for the next generation of socioeconomic order. Not much will stay the same. Working alongside rapidly progressive technology will influence all aspects of our society and ultimately us as individuals. If the information age was driven by narrow insights of vertically specialized knowledge, maybe we can help shape a better future by empowering students to build deep understanding of multiple fields and become equipped with multifaceted skills to combat this myopia of the past. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Hannah Hagan, founder of Unplugged Tots, based in the UK. I'm honoured to be part of this summit, presenting alongside some amazing educators. Thank you for having me. So at Unplugged Tots, I help parents and teachers teach children aged 2.5 to 8 the building blocks of coding without relying on screens. These screen-free activities introduce computational thinking skills, giving children a strong foundation in problem-solving, critical thinking, and technology that will benefit them throughout their lives. I'll be talking about how to use screen-free, play-based activities to introduce young children to computational thinking. I'll be giving you a bit of an overview of what computational thinking at Unplugged Tots is, how the CET themes can be linked to the early years foundation stage, and I'll be giving you examples of the activities that I use to help explain the CET concepts to young children. I focus on early years because at the time I started this back in 2018, my children, seen here, were 2 and 4, and they and their nursery friends, and then later their school friends, were the best product testers. I wanted to establish whether this young age group could learn how to code through screen-free play-based activities. Along with a Doctor of Education and an Emeritus Professor at the Open University, we wrote a peer-reviewed article on our active research findings. This was published in the Early Childhood Education Journal in 2022. I've also highlighted some other areas where you'll find work that I've been involved with. I will be talking about some of the elements of the Early Childhood Education Journal today. But first, why no screens? Screen-free for early years allows the focus to be on play, free from distraction from learning the hardware. The hardware costs money, and ultimately, learning through play is fun. Children using their hands is so important for other skills too. This screen discusses some research I found this year by Dr. Fiona Aubrey-Smith, where she talks about the different types of screen use. The stare and move, when children watch TV and consume content. The sense and react, when they're playing a simple game to interact with the screen. And then think and enact, when the children are thinking critically and have to apply some logic, for example, when they're using something like Scratch Junior. Secondly, why computational thinking? So computational thinking supports children with a more holistic approach to digital and computer science skills. I wanted to focus more on these transferable skills rather than simply learning to code. The A in STEAM is also critical for early years age children and underpins each of my activities. When we allow children creative freedom, it can lead to wonderful things. So these are my core concepts, my pillars of learning, if you will, at Unplugged Tots. So what are the computational thinking themes? I'll give you a whistle-stop tour of my CT themes in relation to early years. So we've got deconstruction, breaking tasks down into smaller, easier to manage chunks, pattern recognition, creating patterns, continuing patterns, spotting patterns in our surroundings, in nature, on clothes, algorithms, a set of rules that we have to follow, sequencing, a set order, which I sometimes use with algorithms as part of the scaffolded activity. Then we have my periphery themes, first one of which is logic, where we start asking the children to think about things, asking why, getting them to think before launching straight into a task. We're bringing in elements of critical thinking and metacognition here. Then we move on to resilience and debugging, creating a safe, nurturing environment for children to try, for adults to step back and allow children to try the hard things, to fail forwards. Adults get involved in making mistakes, to model those behaviours. This is showing our children that we shouldn't be afraid to try. And then finally, we have my final two periphery themes, which are maps, direction, and navigation. Now, this utilises many of the other CT themes covered, but we're looking at how we can support our child with navigating and learning lefts and rights when using block coding applications like Scratch. So we're distilling concepts utilised there into practical activities for children. And then finally, collaboration, representation, and inclusivity. Now, this is not a CT theme, but in order to have what society needs, we need to have cognitive diversity in the places where decisions are being made, where inventions are being invented, and where tech is being built. When people from all backgrounds collaborate, listen to each other and really listen to each other, and champion one another's strengths, incredible things happen. Now, this isn't just about celebrating differences. It's about including everyone, regardless of ability or background, giving our children an environment where they can advocate for themselves and each other now can only help them in the future. We need to help them take that knowledge and awareness through their academic journey and bring that magic to their workplaces of tomorrow. So knowing how much pressure teachers are under to deliver the curriculum, I also want to reduce teacher overwhelm. So I look at the wider curriculum in schools, and then I link these to the computational thinking themes. So I'm only adding a slight twist to lessons that teachers are already teaching to enable them to introduce the themes of computational thinking in a way that's not overwhelming and hopefully lots of fun for the children. So there are many areas where the EYFS curriculum links to my core CT themes and the periphery themes. For example, pattern recognition in maths, physical development in music and movement when doing a dance move sequence, personal development when we're looking at growth mindset and debugging, new vocabulary and rhyming in literacy. Intrinsic to all my activities is the creative freedom that links to expressive arts, the A in STEAM, which gives a solid foundation for imagination. We have looked at Unplugged Tots, why I focus on screen-free, play-based activities that are fun and ignite the spark for learning about STEAM. I've given you my reasons why I focus on certain CT and other themes, which are intrinsic to my activities, how they integrate with curriculums for early years, and this desire to give children a wider foundation of skills to help them in their digital rich futures. So now I'm going to give you some ideas of just a few of the activities that I've developed to help introduce the CT themes that dovetail into existing curriculums for early years. I've tried to demonstrate in the coming slides how the activities I've created link with my CT themes and the curriculum areas within the EYFS. So a great starting point to introduce deconstruction is with Lego. So let's say we have a big pile of Lego blocks. We can ask the children to sort the blocks into piles of colours, which supports them with their colour identification, seen in the image on the right. They could count the blocks independently or with you, whatever is suitable for the child in terms of other areas of their curriculum. So the idea is that this big pile of blocks has been deconstructed into smaller, easier to manage chunks by colour. Now this activity links with pattern recognition too. Have a look at the image on the top right. You'll see that again in a moment. The child created a pattern with their colour sorted blocks. So to introduce pattern recognition, we start off simple. Repeating in an A-B fashion to form the foundation, i.e. this red and yellow loom band bracelet in the top left image, we then increase the layer of the scaffold to do an A-B-C pattern, seen in the blue, orange, yellow bracelet in the bottom left. This is with pom-poms that have holes in the middle that are threaded through with elastic. Then once the children are secure in that knowledge, they move on to the A-B-C-D patterns, seen here with the foam squares. They create a master pattern at the top, and then they continue the pattern underneath, and this aids memory recall. Once the children are secure in what a pattern is and how they can repeat it, adults can instigate an anomaly in the pattern and ask the children to rectify it, to debug it, or it may come about naturally. Remember the image from the previous slide? I seized this particular opportunity in my deconstructing activity to talk about debugging. So if you look in the image on the top right again, from the bottom, we have Lego blocks of blue, red, yellow, white, blue, red, yellow, white. But then we have a rogue yellow. I asked the child to recite the colours of their pattern and asked, what should come after the white, whilst pointing to the rogue yellow block. We are setting our children up for success. This is an example of an algorithm activity that we started our sessions with in nursery. And we speak about this particular activity more in the article in Early Childhood Education Journal. So the activity is a gentle way to help children practice speaking in group settings. But the focus is on the toy that they are holding rather than themselves. We wanted to introduce the term algorithm to a child. So we asked them to recite whilst clapping with the syllables. An algorithm is a set of rules for us to follow. This did take a few attempts, but at 3 years old, they could tell their parents what an algorithm was. We then asked them to think up a set of rules, an algorithm, for their toy to follow. This is the practical of learning about algorithms. So we had example moves. We got jump to the left, jump to the right, rotate 360, shake, bend forward, bend backwards. We then went around the table with the following phrase. This is my toy called Zap, and their algorithm is spin around, wave an arm, jump up high. Then the group would have to copy, practicing their listening skills, practicing reciting the word algorithm, and then carrying out the algorithm of the moves. Now this formed a foundation to refer back to in other sessions because the children remembered the toy names. As the sessions went on, the moves also became slightly more elaborate, but the confidence in the children grew. Another algorithm activity that is particularly good for neurodiverse children who enjoy sensory activities is making cloud dough with hair conditioner and corn flour. We can look at deconstructing this task and place objects that we need and don't need on a table. Then ask children what equipment we need to carry this out, so they ultimately remove the distractor items. We have to follow an algorithm, which is our recipe for cloud dough. A word of warning though, if you're going to attempt this, use a bigger bowl than you think you'll need because the corn flour goes everywhere. Depending on the consistency of the cloud dough, you may need to add more corn flour or more conditioner, but this is where the children problem solve. They have to debug through trial and error, but that's because we have created that safe space to allow the children to fail forwards. In a similar fashion to the previous activity of using an algorithm to create cloud dough, we're using ice and biscuits to look at sequencing. This is another one of the examples in the article that we had published in the journal. Again, we can look at what equipment we need and pop in some distractors if we wanted to practice deconstruction. We're looking at the ingredients used in the algorithm. We're bringing in math skills. We're counting spoons. We're measuring water. We are looking at the whole process and the importance of following the algorithm in the sequence that it's in. To solidify the sequencing knowledge, we ask the children to stick pseudocode into a grid to show the order of the sequence. Depending on the ages of the children, you can increase the amount of steps in the sequence. For reception children, we added confectionery eyes and a glacé cherry for Rudolph's nose, as it was Christmas time. The point being, the glacé cherry or the eyes have to go on after the icing, as there will be nothing for them to stick to the biscuit with. There are lots of opportunities for debugging in this activity too. Do we need to add more icing sugar because the consistency is too runny? Do we need to add more water because it's too thick? Give the children a space to figure this out themselves. Get them to try it on a biscuit to see. Again, like the cloud dough activity, let them problem solve. This was another favourite activity, which of course had absolutely nothing to do with eating a sugary biscuit afterwards. Children in the UK often start looking at block coding around the age of 5 or 6 in schools. So one of the things that we looked at was how to bring these skills into play. This is another one of the activities that we refer to in the article in the Early Childhood Education Journal. It was really important for us to scaffold the learning, building on it week by week by week, bringing in new elements. So we started off really basic by introducing how to learn left and right. Then we identified the landmarks that related to a known environment seen on the right-hand image. These landmarks then corresponded to the landmarks on the map. So then we can look at where to start on the map, where to finish, then look at how we navigate and pre-plan a route, an algorithm. Then we apply that in the real world, ask our children to take their map with the landmarks and algorithms of their routes and actually follow it. Then add in logic by checking the weather. It's not raining, but there are puddles. So we ask what shoes should we wear and why. Then we add in debugging. By blocking off a route, they have to reroute and fix the problem themselves. By physically going back the way they came, it helps to solidify the debugging principles. This activity is great for cross-curricular learning about our world. Maps for museums, zoo trips, farm trips, places of interest. We were building up to introduce the children to B-bots, which would then support a transition to Scratch tuning. So we wanted them to have a secure understanding of direction to specific landmarks. So I've given you a very high-level idea of how to use screen-free, play-based activities to introduce young children to computational thinking. What can we do next? We can think about any unplugged activities that have synergy with your existing activities. We can continue sharing ideas. We can continue sharing contact details. And we must continue being that spark for those children, inspiring them every single day. And if anyone would like to have a chat or would like more information about early years computational thinking, then my details are here. Thank you very much for having me and have a great rest of the summit. Hello, everybody. I'm Hannah Hagan, founder of Unplugged Tots based in the UK. I'm honoured to be part of this summit, presenting alongside some amazing educators. Thank you for having me. So at Unplugged Tots, I help parents and teachers teach children aged 2.5 to 8 the building blocks of coding without relying on screens. These screen-free activities introduce computational thinking skills, giving children a strong foundation in problem-solving, critical thinking, and technology that will benefit them throughout their lives. I'll be talking about how to use screen-free, play-based activities to introduce young children to computational thinking. I'll be giving you a bit of an overview of what computational thinking at Unplugged Tots is, how the CET themes can be linked to the early years foundation stage, and I'll be giving you examples of the activities that I use to help explain the CET concepts to young children. I focus on early years because at the time I started this back in 2018, my children, seen here, were 2 and 4, and they and their nursery friends, and then later their school friends, were the best product testers. I wanted to establish whether this young age group could learn how to code through screen-free, play-based activities. Along with a Doctor of Education and an Emeritus Professor at the Open University, we wrote a peer-reviewed article on our active research findings.
Good day, everyone. Thank you so much for having me in the 3rd European Summit of STEM Educators. My name is Jessica Ostiadi and I'm from Indonesia. And today I would like to share one of my experience as a STEM educators with the title of Unleashing Creativity Beyond Earth, a Best Practice for Outer Space STEM Project. The outline of my project is the secondary student STEM project to build a space to live on the moon for 10 astronauts. This differentiated project has enabled students to explore the incredible facts of the moon, learn how to survive in hard situations, and understand the purpose of current experiments that we were doing on the moon. Furthermore, it enhanced critical thinking skills, teamwork, and presentation skills of the students. First of all, you have to explain to your students why we need to build a place to live on the moon. You can start it by explaining to them about the Artemis missions. That is, the current missions that will build a base camp and a getaway in the lunar orbits. These elements will allow NASA robots and astronauts to explore more and conduct more science than ever before. The Artemis base camp will give astronauts a place to live and work on the moon. It includes a modern lunar cabin, a rover, and a mobile home. Finally, it will prepare the first human missions to Mars. You can see in the picture, this is the Artemis project to prepare for the Mars. And now we would like to continue to how you can deliver the lesson to your students. You can get started by forming a team consists of 4 to 6 students, which is in your class you can make more than one team, right? And then you can explain about the purpose of the project. NASA has selected your architecture and engineering team to plan a habitat for astronauts on the moon. Using a lava tube for all of part of your habitats, your team will design and then build a physical 3D models of your habitats from recyclable materials. The habitat must be able to keep 10 astronauts alive, happy, and motivated, that they can fulfill their work duties, which include explorations and science. And then, after you have completed all the teams, the members, you can make a mission badge. I already gave you the example of the mission badge here, the European Human Spaceflight Badges. The design completely is on the creativity of the students. After that, you can do this worksheet by reflecting life on Earth and cut pictures from magazines, draw or write. Depends on how difficult you to prepare this activity. First of all, this is the worksheet of maintaining human survival. Let's first think about what is essential for humans to live a long life on Earth. In each row, you have to describe how our Earth provides the essential part of life, such as air, water, food, shelter, and medical. After that, you can go to the next worksheet is maintaining human, social, and mental wellness. The first one is government, and then entertainment, social interactions, jobs, and personal space. You have to give example, your students, you have to give examples for live on Earth and why it is important. I think it's a very good issues to raise because nowadays the teenagers, they have problem with their mental wellness. So that's why we need to make them realize about it and how to maintain it. The next one is you can share about the lunar informations or they can find it by themselves. That is gonna be their homework about the locations, the temperature, the atmosphere, the gravity, lunar dust, and about the other features that the moon might have. And also, you can ask them to find where is the best possibility to build the home for the 10 astronauts. You can say it about the Marius Hill skylight that I put also in the graphic here, the informations. In 2009, a moon-orbiting spacecraft took a photo of a hole beneath the Marius Hills. This hole is called the Marius Hill skylight. It's an opening to what scientists believe is a huge underground lava tube. Other skylights, pits, and tubes have also been identified on the moon's surface. The next one is you can play the games called the sorting games to differentiate between the maintain health and well-being. the maintain of survival, the maintain of work and mission priorities, and what is not needed. In here, I already put the graphic or the worksheet that you can use, and you just cut it and put in the right place. And then after this, we will learn more about the Lunar Explorer by go to this link if it's needed by your team. The next step is you will do the planning games. This is the games that you will do to calculate how much money that you need to build your project, like for the power, food, water, communications, oxygen, and then colony services, and then the science lab. Also, the health and wellness zone. You have to track the budget for the eating, hygiene, sleeping, entertainment, and the colony services. The next part is we will do the brainstorm solutions. It's a game that you will tell your students if they have problems in their habitat, what will be their solutions. And in this worksheet, I give you some scenario, like the astronauts are depressed and unmotivated after being stuck in a small space for so long. What is your solutions? Or part of the lava tube is starting to crumble. It may collapse and fall on the habitats. What will you do? Okay. And this is some pictures that when we do the design habitat layout, you can use like sticky notes and how you can plan the overall layout, the zone placement. So you have to make like the zone, like designing a house, you need to know what room that you might need it, how much room, and how big it is, because you cannot make it too small or too big, and what is the purpose of each of the room, how it can be connected to each other, something like that, and you need to plan it well. The next part is the most exciting part, is the celebrations and reflections of the project. So after finish all of the project, you have to make a small exhibitions and give some rewards for the project and the team spirit. You can see here, this is some of the example how they build the small bunk bed, the small solar panel, and everything. And it's beautiful, how they can like think about it and make it come true, like what they already planned. And this is for the reflections questions. You can also apply it in your own project. Is what was the thing you liked the most about the design challenge? What surprised you about designing a habitat on the moon? What do you think will be the most challenging part for engineers designing a habitats? And would you like to live on work in your habitats on the moon? Why or why not? And how will you advertise your habitat to NASA? That your habitat will be safe for astronauts and that it will keep them healthy, happy, and able to explore and conduct science. And this is the rubric. If I call it as a rubric here, it is like the your expectation as a teacher to be able to make them know the standard, this is the standard that you want. So they can read it carefully. They are not doing like what they want, but they know, oh, my teachers want me to do like this. So you need to give them the number like 1 to 5 here. I give you example about the knowledge of the moon. 1 is poor, very little knowledge. And second, the fair average is minimal knowledge. And then the third one, average knowledge. The fourth one, very good knowledge of the moon. And the fifth one is above average knowledge of the moon. So you can make like a quiz, or like when they explain about their project, you like ask, why you make the shape is like this, or what materials that you use to cover all the house to protect them from maybe something collapsing on them or something like that. You can ask them about that kind of questions. The last but not least, in here I can give you small presentations like in 5 minutes about my students, how they do it, and it can be like an example for you guys how you can do it and apply in your own classroom. Enjoy!
Hi, I'm Clement, captain of Team Slimex, and please keep in mind English is not our first language, but we'll try to speak clearly. The size of our project is 25 times 20 times 20 inches, and we spent 15 USD in total. I'm responsible for making the working space that is set in a lunar lava tube, which is safe from extreme temperatures and other dangerous objects like asteroids. We use titanium to shield us from asteroids. We enter the working space through a sterilization room, and inside we have a medicine cabinet, a self-scanning health system, a toilet, a speaker, two computers, a storage cabinet, a CCTV screen, and a 3D printer which are made of cardboard and recycled material.
Hi, my name is Patricia and I'm responsible for the personal room and the 3D room. In the personal room we have 3 bunk beds that are made up of fabric, cardboards, and popsicle stick. We also have a bedroom that is made up of cardboard. The second one is the 3D room. It's made up of some fabrics and cardboards. When we miss the Earth and our family, we may use the 3D room. In the 3D room, we can feel and see the Earth there.
Hello, my name is Quincy. In this project, I'm responsible for creating telescope, CCTV, and communication tower. First of all, we built a telescope to observe the distant object outside the lunar tube. It was invented in 1608 by Hans Lippershey. I made the replica from straw. We also added CCTV from paper, so we are able to monitor the activities inside the lunar tube. The other device that I made from straw is the communication tower. The primary purpose of this tower is to ensure the proper communication device signal. Hello, my name is Cliffy and I'm responsible to make the solar panel from used straw and recycled aluminum foil. And we use the straw in the model resembling pipes to make sure every room gets their electricity and oxygen properly. From solar panel, heat changes to electricity and stored in 2 giant power banks. I also created the oxygen, which is in reality uses electrolysis methods. I made it from used screw, metal fiber, and origami paper. We must produce our own oxygen for backup since there is no atmosphere on the moon. And then for hygienic reasons and safety reasons, we separate the kitchen from other rooms.
Hello, my name is Frilla and I'm the one who made the reading nook under the bed because I really like to read. I also made the water filtration system because there is no water resource on the moon. So we recycled the water from the toilet and then got filtered by past carbon, reverse osmosis membrane, and sediment, and then go to the other tank called filtered water. The use of filtered water is for us to drink, to flush the toilet, and to water the hydroponic. Not only that, I also made the door with movable joints.
Hello, my name is Tasha and I will explain about our patch, botanical room, our see-through glass, and gym. So we have our last name colored red and white to represent our national flag, and then there is 8 stars that represent our 8 team members. Then we have several hydroponic plants that receive artificial light and water from the water filtration. There is no soil for planting the plants, that's why we use hydroponic system to plant our fruit. The hydroponic plants is for us to eat and for us to get oxygen. Then we can also see each other through the glass wall to maintain social emotional condition of astronauts. Lastly, for the gym, we have a treadmill and an LED. Those gym equipments are for avoiding the loss of the muscle mass and the body density, and to make our body always fit.
Hi, I'm Adam. I'm responsible for making the elevator, emergency layout, and the space shuttle. The elevator works by rolling the string right and left by going up and go down. It also called the pulley system. For emergency exit, I used the glow in dark sticker to glow in the way that is dark, and I put the sticker in every room's hallways and also the elevator to go out safely. The space shelter is a small rocket that can go back to Earth. The space shelter goes up. The elevator is by remoting the hydraulic system.
I think that's all from me. Thank you so much for having me here again today. I will be so grateful if I can be able to meet you all, not just online, but face to face, and glad to know you all. And thank you for hearing my presentations. I hope that what I share can inspire you to inspire the young generation. Thank you so much. See you soon.
Transition of STEM disciplines to real life problems. Hi, I'm Kavita Sangvi, head of CNM School in Mumbai, India. At CNM, we are very passionate about STEM and STEM education. The workshop will demonstrate how STEM disciplines can address real life challenges. We have taken 4 novel experiments designed by teachers and students of CNM School and connected it to real world scenarios. The STEM concepts in schools empower students to develop prototypes that tackle significant global issues like save our oceans. The team Varuna has taken it upon themselves to measure the salinity, the pH, the temperature, the level of microplastic in oceans and see how they can help change the health of the oceans. The second workshop talks about NutriProbe Monitor, used to design soil health by measuring key parameters like moisture, pH, temperature, and also using sensors like DHT11 and moisture indicators. And it will study the soil, and this soil will then be used for composting. The third workshop talks about processes to repurpose plastic waste into eco-bricks. These eco-bricks can help us create insulating blocks that can maintain indoor temperatures around 15 to 16 degrees Celsius. The last workshop we will talk about is a garbage collector and innovating for a cleaner future. So this device is set to revolutionize the way we tackle entire waste pollution by efficiently removing harmful trash from water bodies. So let's get started and go ahead and visit these workshops. Our first workshop is Save Our Oceans. Every year, students of CNM School would go for a beach cleanup drive and they would observe that there were very few sea animals seen on the shore. So what's the reason? Thus, the first workshop that we took upon, we wanted to send students to check out the temperature of water, the salinity of water, the pH level of water, and the identification of microplastics in water. Now let us go and see what our students observed. Team Varuna is an initiative with the students of CNM School to help save our oceans and the marine life that thrive in them by curbing pollution of water due to the dumping of waste in it. The students go and collect water from any nearby water body and then test a number of parameters. Out here, our students are checking the salinity of the water. Salinity is a measure of the saltiness of seawater, or more precisely, the amount of dissolved matter within seawater. Salinity is usually expressed in parts per 1000 ppt or percentage. Fresh water has a salinity of 0.5 ppt or less. The average salinity of ocean water is 35 ppt. The students are using a hydrometer to measure it. They will record this entirely, and at least every 1 month they go and take the samples of the water body and record it. Now the students are going to test the identification of microplastics in water. For that, the water sample is collected, allowed to rest for sand to settle, and then subjected to filtration. 75 ml to 100 ml of water sample is slowly poured into the filtration unit, which has a filter paper placed in it. The syringe is then used to create vacuum in the unit so as to filter the water. The residue is then allowed to dry. This dry residue is then observed under a microscope, which our students are very soon going to do so. The students also record the temperature of the body, of the water body, and they do it at the respective site. The students also check the pH level of water. Normally, ocean water is normally slightly basic with a surface water pH of about 8.2, but it has declined in recent years to about 8.1, whereas pH of fresh water like rivers and lakes generally range between 5, that is acidic, to 9, that is basic on the pH scale. Our students are now identifying the microplastics in water, and look at them using the microscope, adjusting it to view it correctly. They do so at a magnification of 10x. These are the recordings from our students at regular intervals. Post that, the students share the learning to students of rest of the students across the school, so that learning is not just confined to one set of students but cascaded to all the students across the school. Our second project is NutriProbe Monitor, which helps us to assess the quality of our soil by measuring certain parameters. So very important out here is that we assess soil health by measuring key parameters such as moisture, pH, temperature, because we know that when our soil is healthy, then we get healthy crops, which in fact impacts our climate change. So therefore, let's see what our students have done. Our innovative device, the NutriProbe Monitor, is designed to assess soil health by measuring key parameters such as moisture, pH and temperature using sensors like the DHT11 and the moisture indicator. This technology empowers farmers and gardeners to enhance soil quality, which in turn fosters healthier crops and contributes to a more stable climate, a crucial step towards combating climate change. Here, the sensors are coded to provide and display data on the moisture, temperature, pH of soil. The students have inserted 3 sensors in the soil. This device is connected to the laptop or PC. The parameters get displayed on the monitor of the laptop when the code is executed. The data is refreshed at regular intervals of 2 seconds. A record of the data collected every month or fortnightly is then analyzed to get an idea of the soil quality. Later on, this is used for composting, where dry leaves, organic waste is collected from garden and canteen. Floral waste is collected from various sources like temples. All the collected organic waste is added to the aerobic composter along with a few millimeters of buttermilk. This whole mixture is layered with soil and is left covered for around 6 weeks. Once the compost is ready, it is mixed well and used to improve soil properties. The remaining compost is sold. So we observed after doing this entire experiment that the compost improved the quality of over 500 kilograms of soil, significantly affecting key metrics. Soil pH level decreased from 7.3 to 6.4. Nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium levels improved from 4.4 to 5. The soil moisture increased from 10% to 25% and soil temperature increased from 27% to 28%. The compost that we have right now is of a much better quality. Plastic everywhere. We see a lot of plastic all around us. But how about reusing this plastic and making a useful product? Well, the next project is basically on Eco Bricks project, where our students created bricks out of plastic and made sure that they reused it into something very useful. As per the UN Environment Programme, every day the equivalent of 2,000 garbage trucks full of plastics are dumped into the world's oceans, rivers and lakes. Plastic pollution is a global problem. Thus, this year, in order to reduce plastic waste, students of CNM School decided to repurpose plastic waste into eco bricks. We first organized a plastic collection drive. We ensured that we helped to collect considerable waste plastic bottles. These plastic bottles were then sorted, cleaned and dried. There were also waste paper collected from photocopying rooms. The shredded waste paper and waste plastic bag strips were stuffed tightly in the dried plastic bottles. And doing that, we got an eco brick ready for use. These eco bricks are then stuck to each other in the shape of a stand. A waste cardboard cutout is used as a seat. As tested, it could take more than 40 to 50 kgs of human weight. Once we had these eco bricks ready, we could create different shapes and sizes of stools and other furniture. See the kind of work that the students have done using the plastic bottles and the plastic collection waste. We saw the students realize that if they work collectively and ensure that people reduce the use of plastics and reuse plastic in different formats, then miracles can happen. We just observed the students created a variety of small furniture from these plastic eco bricks. Just imagine if all of us come together and do this work, what miracles can happen? Yes, STEM allows us to really use the concepts learned in classroom teaching to real life scenarios. Let's go and study our last project, that is project 4. The overwater garbage collector. Yes, we have garbage all around us. We have it on our swimming pools, we have it on our ocean bodies, we have it on our sea bodies. But what if we had something floating on top of it and collecting the garbage? Yes, that's what our students of our school did. They created a device used to clean the surface of water bodies by collecting floating waste such as plastic, leaves and debris. It functions by moving across the water using a combination of mechanical and electronic components to gather trash. Let's go around and see the work of our students. Overwater garbage collector, innovating for a cleaner future. Plastic pollution is a growing global crisis with millions of tons of waste floating in our oceans, rivers and lakes. This pollution poses a severe threat to marine life, endangering countless species that mistake plastic for food. An overwater garbage collector is a device designed by the students to clean the surface of water bodies by collecting floating waste such as plastic, leaves and other debris. This robot is designed from wooden, board and other waste materials. The overwater design of the robot is completely designed by the students, where they will collect the garbage present in the river. We use an Android car application to navigate the robot. This robot will move front, back and also take left and right turn using Android app to collect the garbage present over the water. In India, every year we are faced with issues relating to garbage present in pond or river. Before the rainy season, we always have trouble to collect the garbage, either using heavy vehicles like cranes or like humans going to the river to clean the same. To avoid this, the solution helps us to clean the river with minimum human life at risk. This is a prototype design of the robotic bot. The bot consists of battery-operated DC motors and small electric motors. As you can see, the design, the DC motors used to rotate conveyor belt at a speed of 100 revolutions per minute. The belt is used to collect the garbage. We have placed a teeth-like structure on belt which will pick up the garbage present in the water. The electric motors are used to move the bot in different directions. The electric motor works at a speed of 800 RPM, which gives sufficient speed to clean the river. At the top of the bot, the garbage collection bucket is placed, which is connected to the conveyor belt. Therefore, automatically garbage is collected in that bucket. This is Arduino R3 model, the controller of a garbage collection robot. It has 14 digital input-output pins. The Arduino board, taking input from sensors in digital form and based on the input received, gives the output to electrical motors to go in a particular direction. This board works at 5-volt DC power supply, so it will be easy to make autonomous robot and give the control signal to the motors. This is motor driver ICL298D, which drives the DC and electrical motors. This board acts as a boosting of current which it receives from Arduino R3 board. In our project, we are controlling 2 DC motors and 2 electric motors using this IC because it provides maximum current at 2 ampere. We also have now the DC operated motors which run on 5-volt supply with 100 RPM. The 2 motors run synchronously, which gives very good torque and RPM at lower voltage. BO motors operate efficiently at different speeds also. In our project, these motors use for movement of the conveyor belt to collect garbage. DC electrical motors that convert electrical energy into mechanical energy helps the bot to move into different direction. The propeller-like fans connected to these motors, which rotate in clockwise or anti-clockwise directions, help to give desired direction and speed to the bot. The motors are very lightweight and it gives good RPM speed as compared to BO motors. Battery operated, which gives long area coverage. Once it turns on, we can collect more garbage. It is also remote control based, so therefore human health will be secure. Easy functioning because only 4 buttons are required to control the bot, which is connected to an Android phone using HC05 module. The overall cost of the project is in Indian rupees around 1,500 or In terms of euros, just around 15 euros. The impact is for a vision for a cleaner, healthier planet. By addressing the root of the plastic pollution problem, the invention has the potential to make a significant impact on the environment. As the device skims the water, it does more than collect garbage. It symbolizes a proactive approach to environmental stewardship, a call to action for communities to protect and preserve our natural resources. This project showcases the power of innovation and the importance of taking action at the local level to solve global problems. This project is not only practical but also scalable. As we look towards the future where environmental protection is more critical than ever, innovations like this will be at the forefront of the fight to save our planet. The entire essence of STEM concepts is to ensure that students can apply the learning to real-life situations. And the 4 projects that you saw right now, making sure that we study the oceans around us, about studying the soil quality, about creating eco-bricks, about creating garbage collectors, are 4 projects taken by the school to ensure that STEM makes an impact on daily life. So, thanking you all for watching us from CNM School and wishing you all the best to make sure that these projects can be implemented in your school also.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining this session during the 3rd summit organized by European Network of STEAM Educators. As educators, our goal is to provide an education that inspires, motivates, and engages students, enabling them to acquire skills needed to live in this constantly changing world. In the next minutes, I will share how we can create interactive and engaging learning environments that increase students' interest and motivation while fostering learning outcomes in a more interactive and enjoyable way. My name is Maja Videnovic. I'm a computer science teacher in primary school Krsteni Sirkov in Skopje and co-founder of an NGO, Center for Innovations in Digital Education, DIGET, in North Macedonia. In today's interconnected digital landscape, the combination of technology and information with the latest development in the field of artificial intelligence has changed and will continue to change the way we communicate, gather new knowledge and skills, and engage with the world. Artificial intelligence is changing educational landscape by enabling creation of interactive and engaging learning environments. Through the integration of AI, educators can create learning experiences to meet individual students' needs, to promote personalized learning paths, and enhance overall engagement. This presentation focuses on how different AI tools can transform traditional education in more dynamic and participatory experience, fostering critical thinking, collaboration, and creativity among learners. Different strategies to use AI in creating more inclusive and effective educational settings will be mentioned. AI tools can significantly support content generation and teaching. So teachers need to learn how to use these tools mindfully. Human guidance and expertise are still crucial in curating and contextualizing content, ensuring accuracy and addressing individual learning needs. By combining AI-generated content with teacher instruction, we can create a more engaging and effective learning environment for students. In the digital age, teachers' competencies must evolve to meet the demands of this modern society, especially with the development of AI. Building strong digital skills allows educators to effectively integrate AI in their teaching practices, enriching learning experience, and fostering more personalized, data-driven instruction. This shift requires educators not only to understand the technical aspects of AI, but also how to ethically and creatively use it to support students' engagement, collaboration, and problem solving. By strengthening digital competencies, teacher can use AI potential to enhance critical thinking, to decrease administrative tasks, and to create more inclusive and adaptive learning environments for all students. And which competencies should teacher possess? So we can start from this European Digital Competencies Framework, which explain what it means to be digitally competent. It maps the knowledge, skills, and ability that each individual has to possess in order to be digital literate, to use digital technologies in a critical, collaborative, and creative way in all aspects of life. So it enables some kind of self-assessment of individuals' knowledge, skills, and attitudes in 5 key areas. First one is information, which is the ability to locate, to use, to store, to manage data, content, and information, and to assess the relevance of the source and the validity of the information. And the second one is communication, like the ability of individual to interact, communicate, and collaborate in this digital environment. And the third is content creation, the ability to create, to edit, and to improve digital content. And the next one is safety, like the ability to ensure that personal and work devices are protected, including personal and work-related data and sensitive information in digital environments, and to understand how technology impacts mental and physical well-being, and to have a general awareness of the environmental impact of digital technologies. And the last one is problem solving, the ability to identify needs and problems and to resolve them in different digital environments. And in the latest edition of this framework, AI competencies are involved. You see, I have circled here, like the ability, for example, to be aware that search engines, social media, and content platforms often use AI algorithms to generate responses that are adapted to individual user. Or, for example, to know to explain the benefits and disadvantages of using AI-driven search engines, or to know that the term deepfake refer to AI-generated images or video or audio recordings of events or persons that did not really happen, or to be aware that everything that one shares publicly online can be used to train AI systems. So all these are competencies that we as individuals and as teachers should be possessed. And we can use this framework to evaluate our knowledge and skills in AI surrounding. And there are a lot of AI tools that can be used by educators, and we can choose which one we want to use in our classroom according to our students, their needs, their interests, and their previous knowledge, and the resources that we have in our classroom. For example, we can choose to use an AI tool which is called magicschool.ai, and it is a generative AI tool designed specifically for educators. And as the title says, it's magic. It's really a magic because it provides a suite of different AI-driven tools and resources that can help teachers with various tasks, like to create a lesson plan, to create worksheets, to create quizzes, and to provide personal feedback for students. And it saves a lot of time for teachers because it helps us in creating all of this. And we have more time to put on individual work with our students. And on the other side, it supports differentiated instruction, ensuring that all students can engage with the material at their own pace and level of understanding. And Magic School, as you can see on this slide, offers a lot of tools, and this is a part of growing trend of AI integration in education, aiming to enhance teacher effectiveness, to reduce workload, and to improve educational outcomes for the students. So you can see and choose whichever you want. For example, you can choose a Magic School to create a lesson plan. For example, you're just entering the grade of your students, the topic that they should learn about, and maybe learning outcomes that they should achieve. And there is a magic. The whole lesson plan is created with the introduction activities, with the questions that you should ask to provide deeper learning, to engage students and so on. Or for example, you can create a multiple choice quiz. You don't have to lose time to think about that last answer in multiple choice answers, but you can just click and create, and you have more time to provide personalized feedback or to talk with your students. Or for example, uh, you can ask about the group work. You can create a task for group work. So it designs you the whole plan of the activity. You just put what is the group work going to be, the topic of the work going to be about, and how many students will be in each group. So it addresses tasks for each of the students and the discussion that should be led and what each of them should be done and so on. So it's really a magic. The next one is QReport. It's a platform which enables teachers to create engaging, interactive, and visually appealing presentation and lessons. And you can include quizzes, polls, and other engaging elements which can help you to foster students' participation and maintain attention during lesson. And it is very interesting because students can interact with the presentation in the real time. For example, students can respond to poll or questions, providing instant feedback to the teacher and promoting more interactive classroom environment. And it enables also, for example, brainstorming boards, word clouds, open-ended questions, and so on, which makes students actively involved in the learning process. For example, you can use QReport. You just type the name, the topic of the lesson, the grade of the students, because for different grades the content will be different, and it creates you a presentation for 40-minute lesson with everything, with introduction, with brainstorming slides. And it's very interesting because even you, for example, can edit these open-ended questions where students can answer. So you can see in the real time what they are writing. And in this way, students that are shy and don't want to speak loudly have possibility to express them during the lesson. And after you read all the answer, you can give possibilities to students for vote for the best answers from their peers. So it's really interactive and engaging for the students. And you can put these different tasks in the presentation, enabling in that way them to feel that the presentation given during the class somehow is part of their learning and they have active participation in it. And the next is chatbots. I believe that you all have used chatbots. It is a software application designed to simulate human conversation. It can interact with users through text or voice, providing automated responses based on some rules. For example, you can use ChatGPT for creating a lesson plan, similarly as we explained in Magic School, or there is everything, as you can see, introduction part, questions, deep learning, additional questions for the students that are progressive, fast, and so on. Or you can create rubrics for different level of achievement of learning outcomes, or you can search for some information, whatever. But you must always be aware that you must always fact check whatever is produced by AI. And for example, this is very good idea how you can teach your students. You can give your students a task to search about something using ChatGPT, and then you can give the task to other group to find this information from other sources. And after that, they can discuss about their findings, compare them, and discuss about validity of what they have discovered. In that way, they will engage with the content, critically think about it, and of course, learn about the topic. When we talk about ethical use of digital tools and AI, it is something that is very quite provocative in some manner, but we must think about it. And for example, we must think about data that we share. Which data? We must educate our students that everything that each information that they put online can be used by some AI tools. So they must learn how to protect their data. Or if we use some AI tool, is it okay? But if our students use it, is it cheating? So we must think about this in the future. And the most important thing that we should remember is that this quote, I like it a lot. It says that technology will not replace teachers, but teachers who use technology will replace those who do not. Because the thing that we must remember is that AI tools are just tools. AI is not a replacement for a teacher. It is a tool that can empower students to explore, to create, and innovate like never before. But AI is not substitute for human intelligence, because we can use AI to teach student skills or to reinforce difficult concepts for struggling students, but it can't replace human teacher, because human teacher will always be needed to manage classroom environment and to give students encouragement if they need, because AI cannot replace social and emotional aspects of learning, and that is something that our students need. Students need the love and support and collaboration, and that is something that AI cannot provide. And we must always remember that everything that we do in the classroom is about our students. So we must learn how to use AI tools according to our students' needs. We must see them that AI is a tool just like any other tool that is used in the classroom. We should decide how we can use it to create interactive and engaging learning environments, but according to our students, to their needs, and to the resources that we have in the classroom. And thank you for your attention. And if you want to communicate, to collaborate, I'm here. You can mail me. My mail is maya@dic@.org. So I'm here. We can discuss further on this topic. You can share your thoughts with me. And I wish you a pleasant continuation during the other session at the summit. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Mari Nicolae and I'm a senior learning leader, a curriculum designer, and a published author of teaching resources. I'm here to talk about the PBL potential in a VUCA world. I come to you with a case study of a school-based curriculum model committed to turn the whatever learning activities into a wonder curriculum in the context of a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world, the VUCA world. I will share the main PBL learning principles and the planning framework my school uses on a daily basis. And I have also selected for you some relevant practice based evidence. Great educators and learning leaders will agree that genuine learning is not linear. Teaching cannot be either. Everybody is part of a lifelong learning project. When you are part of a learning community connected to the world, your role is to learn a lot, get rid of misconceptions, and relearn when needed. Everything happens in a relevant, rich, and relevant context depicted from the world around us. When a school focus is on expanding the good practice validated by multiple partnerships, the common goal becomes obvious. Everybody gets committed to make the transfer of learning happen. If you are watching this presentation, it means that you already have a personal understanding on various project-based learning models. PBL means different things to different people. Some of us linked PBL with the CLIL or PYP or with the UBD framework. Being a STEM or a STEAM teacher, you are probably using an inquiry cycle when planning your activities. Or maybe you are part of an ONG initiative promoting the Sustainable Development Goals. No matter the perspective you are loyal to, a successful school approach to PBL is the result of the lessons learned when making mistakes is allowed. And the success is always, and I mean always, a team effort. The more important than the model is what happens within the model, and I will explain you this using the following slides. One of the challenges related to the school-based curriculum is to expand the conversations among disciplines, to make teachers collaborate more. I remember Michael Fullan saying that in schools, the main problem is not the innovation, but the presence of too many disconnected projects. This is why we started the PBL journey 5 years ago. We started with organizing one STEM lesson per week per class using the assembly setting and investigating topics derived from the curriculum using the national requirements. Then we organized three STEM lessons per week. We increased the number of integrated lessons with a redistribution of lessons per subject. We took and combined one lesson of science with one lesson of math and with one lesson of arts, so that we ended up with 5 content-based units per year per level. That was the initial plan of PBL. The end of each unit was done before each midterm break, and each unit had a duration of 6 to 8 weeks. The following year, we organized 5 STEAM lessons per week per class happening in the same time. And the PBL year plan with the design tools and with the learning writing modules were part of a professional development plan for the entire school, the primary school. So that teachers working in teams had blocked in their timetable 3 team planning sessions per week. So now we have 5 stream lessons per week per class organized in blocks so that we can mix students from different classes and let them work collaboratively. More than 70% of the lessons are delivered in English, and the reading program, the literacy program, and the school events are connected to the PBL topics. This is a potential PBL year plan. Curriculum matrix organized in 15 learning modules or units. This is the result of 5 years of curriculum design, a process of building the learning story around 5 anchoring themes, overarching themes, ensuring alignment both horizontally and vertically. For instance, the first 5 units under the Codes and Senses theme are driven by the natural sciences standards from the National Curriculum for Primary School. So we start in a preparatory class with an investigation about the impact of the transition to school from kindergarten. And we ask ourselves what makes school feel like home. So this inquiry context makes our students become adjusted to a new environment, new rules, acquainted to different people, peers, school staff, or new teachers. So students get to understand that our body parts and emotions are helping us to consider school a safe and supportive environment. Moving on, in grade 2, students ask themselves, how can we make trees happy? So they explore the relationship between humans and trees from different perspectives, ecological, environmental, or social. They explore how can we contribute to the well-being of trees and to the environment. By the end of the unit, students come up with solutions to convince parents to practice eco-friendly habits, such as parking in the designed parking lot nearby school. So in this way, students become active and positive citizens. In practice, each team of teachers meet 3 times per week to write and update the learning module as following. So they find the hook depicted from a real life situation, they define the driving question, write the big ideas, shape the learning story. Then they carefully select the stream content aligned with the curriculum requirements, and they create a learning playbook to share in Google Classroom for students and parents as well. When it comes to write the learning goals, this is very something very specific to our school because we are founding members of CGC, the Common Ground Collaborative. So we write the concepts as using the statements learners understand that, the competencies as learners are able to, and the character attributes are formulated under the statement learners become more. Each learning module is based on the evidence and we start with the end in mind, and this is why our teachers clarify the final product details as the culminating demonstrations of the project, and they reflect and it is reflected in the student or the class portfolio. When it comes to day by day, lesson by lesson activities and learning experiences, teachers add details about the formative learning sequences of the project, and they follow the learner profile descriptors as well. Each learning module ends with a follow up, a reconstruction phase, a moment when teachers and students collect the reflections along from the unit, and they outline suggestions for the team for the team of teachers planning for the next year or for the students. The potential of PBL in a VUCA world is visible when organizing learning experiences outside the classroom as well. For instance, an entry event organized in the forest for a new learning module can make the learning worlds disappear, and students get excited by exploring the world around them. I'm pretty sure that you organize lots of learning activities, and it is common sense to stimulate most of our senses when organizing, for instance, a sensory garden or testing forces and motion with simple machines designed by students. There is enough research based evidence about the nature and outdoor learning and the benefits for our personal social development, for our well being, and even for the academic progress. But more importantly, I would say that it is so visible on student faces, on their commitment to play with purpose. This is why when we organize the monthly assemblies on in the library or even on the rooftop, and all these events are related to PBL. Sometimes we organize an escape room to find out more about what our colleagues, teachers, and students from previous years achieved by scanning their class portfolios in their digital format or in the printed versions. There is one field trip planned for each PBL unit, so there are five in a school year. Most of the time, the field trip is meant to offer additional support on our investigations or to exemplify a concept we are exploring. We also arrange interviews or workshops with the parents, with experts. In fact, parents are our learning partners, and they truly get involved in lessons because this is one of our strategic objectives in school. Additionally, our entire school calendar is designed to promote a continuous flow of learning. This is why we learned over the year how to connect lessons with extra activities, with school events, in order to make everything share a common ground. Again, our PBL approach to learning outside the classroom, learning outside the school, became the answer we searched for. Instead of having lots of overlapped experiences in school, we brought the school events into the curriculum. Now, celebrating school, the National Day or Safety Week, or ending the school year with the summer show, all these experiences are sharing a common ground. When shifting from whatever curriculum to a wonder curriculum, we model the guided inquiry mindset by supporting students to actively practice a common language of learning. Therefore, students connect, construct, and contribute with ideas. They deconstruct models, they identify patterns, and practice new skills. Then, guided by teachers, our students are able to consider new ways of thinking. They act upon their thinking and reflect on their learning. In order to make the student choice and voice visible, you might consider celebrating what your colleagues did in the past, in the previous years. Use a PBL diary to outline what works well, or even better, if points. Embed assessment for learning tools. We are using the ladder feedback and the STAR protocol. Involve student council in the review process of the PBL year plan. And you might organize a PBL remake at the end of the school year, where students can rewrite one of the units that they studied, or they can write a new one, they can make a new proposal using the PBL module planner template and very specific learning protocols that they were taught. So, in conclusion, the mission of great educators in the AI era is not to cover the curriculum, but to uncover it in order to discover its potential. And PBL might be a secure way of doing it right. Great educators know that progress comes with change. And to make progress, we need to change permanently in a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. Schools have the potential of dealing with all these situations by teaching students to become versatile and never stop following their dreams, by collaborating and challenging themselves in a bold way and always with a great mindset. With all the good, the bad, and the ugly about PBL, there are reasons to believe that this inquiry based approach emphasizes the need for a future ready mindset for all of us, for students, for teachers, for parents, for the entire learning community. Preparing ourselves to be good with ideas, good with skills, and good people, as Kevin Bartlett, the founder of CGC, Common Ground Collaborative, says. Thank you for watching and never stop exploring.
Hello to everyone. We are so happy to be here among you. I'm Maria Zapara and I'm an early childhood educator in the second kindergarten of Perama in Greece. And with my colleague, Angeliki Labi, who's also an early childhood educator in the second kindergarten of Lykovris in Greece, we are going to present a collaborative project that was created and implemented by 6 kindergartens in Turkey and Greece, named Artful STEM Tellers Creative STEM Solvers, Designing the City of Our Dreams. The journey started with the reading of 2 books written by Olga Dedeios, Yellow Bird and Pink Monster, and 2 characters who led the story on a journey full of adventures, creations of the author Olga Dedeios, Stimitsiou as Yellow Bird and Rosa, the Pink Monster. After reading the story of the Pink Monster, the children were so puzzled, so they start asking questions. Why did Rosa need to go? The other birds are searching for her, wanting to be together. We have to solve this. Could we create a place where they can all live happily together? The project was implemented during the 2022-2023 school year. 6 kindergartens from Greece and Turkey participated, involving 17 educators and 160 children. Within the framework of the project, children envisioned an accessible, sustainable, ecological, creative, friendly, and smart city, the city of their dreams. The objective of the project was to collaboratively create an inclusive and sustainable city, free from exclusion and inequality, through participatory design. This project aligns with 3 key Sustainable Development Goals. Goal 4, Quality Education. Goal 10, Reduce Inequalities. Goal 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. We designed our project using a project-based learning approach, incorporating STEAM education, storytelling, and aligning with the Sustainable Development Goals. Let's take a closer look at the framework. In problem-based learning, children confront real-world problems while trying to find solutions within a collaborative framework. They also learn how to learn, they cultivate critical thinking, they reflect throughout the process. In STEAM education, integrates science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics to encourage hands-on exploration and problem solving. In this project, students scientized by asking big questions and searching for answers, technologized by using tools to think critically and make informed choices, engineered their ideas by planning and selecting materials, arted by designing and creating their ideal city, and math by calculating measurements and quantities. Storytelling can be a powerful tool for engaging students in inquiry-based learning, particularly when exploring complex questions related to STEAM. By crafting narratives that address real-world challenges, storytelling can help students develop critical thinking, problem-solving, and creativity skills. Also, the Sustainable Development Goals are focused on safeguarding our planet and enhancing human prosperity. Goal 4 emphasizes quality education, ensuring that everyone has the opportunity to learn, thereby contributing to a better life for all. Goal 10 aims to reduce inequalities and promote fairness, empowering individuals and fostering social cohesion. Finally, Goal 11 envisions sustainable cities that are inclusive, safe, and resilient, designed with the participation of all. The green economy is focused on enhancing human prosperity, safeguarding the environment, and optimizing resource utilization. It promotes economic development while prioritizing environmental and social sustainability. The project covers all the thematic areas of the curriculum. Placing the child at the heart of learning, this project promotes active engagement and fosters a sense of community. Aligned with the principles of inclusive education, fosters critical thinking, problem solving, computational thinking, design skills, and personal empowerment. By encouraging collaboration both within and across schools, aims to develop well-rounded individuals who are acceptable, communicative, and engaged citizens. Additionally, students develop life skills such as self-care, empathy, sensitivity, learning skills such as creativity, communication, critical thinking, and collaboration. Students, they also cultivated their social skills such as civility, initiative, and responsibility, technology and science skills such as combined digital technology, digital literacy, and cognitive skills such as problem solving, strategic thinking, and thinking routines. In Phase 1, research question formulation, Olga Didio's book, The Pink Master, served as the starting point for the definition of the question. Our research question was, what could the city of our dreams be like? The initial question, what could our dream city be like, sparked a series of discussions about inclusivity, design, and desired features. Using Jamboard, an online collaboration tool, the students recorded their ideas. Through brainstorming, they identified common themes and differences, organizing the proposed elements. Next, the students collaboratively developed a blueprint for their ideal city. Working in pairs, the schools brought their vision to life, creating cities characterized by sustainability, innovation, green spaces, inclusivity, animal-friendly features, emotional connections, and creative stimulation. Phase 2 was related to city design. Students, during brainstorming and ideation, were asked a series of open-ended questions to spark their imaginations about their ideal city. Key questions focused on accessibility, sustainability, green initiatives, animal welfare, and technological integration. Students use visual tools like Jamboard to brainstorm and share their ideas. Students conducted research on various aspects of city planning, sustainability, and animal welfare. They explored case studies of real-world cities that exemplifies the qualities they were interested in. Students from partner schools collaboratively developed detailed blueprints for their dream cities. They considered factors such as transportation, housing, public spaces, and environmental impact. The design process involved critical thinking, problem solving, and compromise. Once the design was finalized, students selected materials that would best represent their vision for the city. They considered factors such as sustainability, cost, and availability. Through the phase 2, students developed a deep understanding of urban planning and design principles. They learned the importance of collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity in solving complex problems. Also, they gained a sense of community. During phase 3, students individually or in groups reflect on their design process and the final product. They consider the strengths and weaknesses of their design as well as any challenges they encounter. They also provide feedback to their peers on their designs. They offer constructive criticism, suggestions for improvement, and praise. Teachers also provide feedback focusing on both the design process and the final product. Students from the partner schools review the feedback they have received and consider how it can be incorporated into their design. They may also conduct additional research to support their design decisions. Based on the feedback and review, students make revisions to their design. This may involve making minor adjustments or completely rethinking certain aspects of the design.
Let's now see the utilization of new technologies. The Makey Makey Invention Kit has revolutionized the way we interact with technology by bridging the gap between the physical and digital worlds. It transforms everyday objects into interactive touchpads, allowing users to control computers in a more intuitive way. For instance, in our project, we used Makey Makey to create accessible interfaces for individuals with visual impairments. By recording audio messages, these individuals can easily understand the recycling process, navigate traffic signals, and explore park amenities. We applied this technology to recycling bins, traffic lights, and a pocket park, demonstrating its versatility and potential for enhancing inclusivity. The microbit is a pocket-sized computer that can be programmed using platforms like Make Code and Scratch. The versatile pocket-sized microbit, when programmed, can be transformed into a powerful tool for scientific observation. By leveraging the microbit capabilities and a program called Species Counter, we can accurately count birds, insects, and other urban wildlife. This activity extended beyond the class boundaries as they used the microbit to observe and count birds in the schoolyard, bridging the virtual and real worlds. The translucent Bluebot, a programmable floor robot, is a wireless version of the Beebot. It allows children to code wirelessly via Bluetooth. Our translucent Bluebot, Rosa, is visiting cities and children are giving her customized tours. By creating code and programming Rosa, either wirelessly via Bluetooth or through a wired connection, children can guide her to various points of interest, showcasing the practical application of new technologies. The Kids Beach robot has undergone a transformation, becoming Steamy Seal, the mascot of the program. By scanning barcodes, Steamy embarked on a city adventure, Children acting as enthusiastic tour guides showcase their cities, fostering the development of essential soft skills. Through collaborative efforts, the participating schools embarked on a journey to create digital stories. As they craft these narratives, they explored innovative solutions to overcome any challenges they encountered. While the solutions presented in these stories may not have directly mirrored real-world scientific scenarios, they offer valuable insights that can be interpreted and applied to understand various scientific and social phenomena. As part of the project, 4 unique collaborative stories were created. Each child took on a unique role within the team, such as illustrator, writer, or photographer. By creating experiences based on these stories, children were empowered to make decisions based on the sequence of events, developing their ability to create and analyze their own narratives. Through this simulated experience, children have the opportunity to explore the reason and cause behind events, helping them better understand the choices they make throughout the story. Through story-based experiences, children are encouraged to make decisions informed by the sequence of events, thereby developing their ability to construct and deconstruct narratives. By creating a series of tailored yet achievable challenges, this process fosters a continuous cycle of learning for each child. The project was disseminated through various channels, including reaching out to the educational community via blogs and social media, presenting at conferences and symposia, participating in the 5th Panhellenic Open Technologies competition, highlighting the collaborative project to the parents of students from partner schools, presenting at the 2023 STEM Discovery Campaign, and sharing the project to the local community. The key outcomes of the project were skill development. Children cultivated design thinking, creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, problem solving, and effective communication skills. Dream City Vision. Children envisioned their own dream city, incorporating accessibility, sustainability, ecological consciousness, emotional well-being, and smart design. Skill enhancement. The project expanded children's knowledge, enhanced their skills, and fostered new attitudes towards the environment. Participatory design. Children contributed to the creation of sustainable and inclusive cities through participatory design. Technology utilization. Children recognize the value of technology in designing smart, sustainable, and people-centered cities. Sustainability awareness. Children demonstrating an understanding of sustainability in their city designs. Reasoning skills. Children enhance their reasoning skills through explaining their ideas visually. Active citizenship. The project fostered attributes of an active and responsible citizen. To conclude, it is essential to empower our students to think critically and become active citizens of sustainable development. It's crucial to nurture in students the confidence, curiosity, and initiative needed to learn from mistakes and collaborate for a better world. Let's unite in considering how we can implement these principles in our communities. Together we can craft cities that are both inclusive and sustainable. Cities where citizens not only dream, but actively participate, take meaningful action, and innovate. This invitation extends to individuals of all ages as we work together to create a better future for everyone. Last but not least, a short video of our project. Enjoy it. This project is the product of a collaborative effort. This project could not be implemented without the collaboration and contribution of our motivated colleagues, as you can see in the presentation. And as Ellen Keller used to say, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. Thank you for your attendance.
Hello, I am Marlijn Maurice. I'm Head of Science Communication in the VUCA Applied University in Flanders, Belgium. With my team of 18 people, we do a whole range of activities to inspire people towards science and technology. One of our science communication activities that we are very excited about is focusing on STEM for children and youngsters outside the education. So in their free time. Youth in STEM was one of these really successful projects. The project was to inspire young people starting from 16 years old and aimed to pursue careers in STEM, science, technology, engineering and mathematics. Our goal was to ignite the excitement for science and technology in a way that traditional education is often not able to provide. Specifically, there is a wealth of state-of-the-art and sophisticated research and development infrastructure in both research institutes and companies that is mainly unknown for the public and not easily accessible. With this project, we aim to break down these barriers and give young people the opportunity to experience high-level and cutting-edge equipment firsthand. Additionally, we wanted to move beyond the typical company visits. Our approach was combining theoretical knowledge, engaging showcases, complemented by practical and hands-on workshops. These workshops were designed and organized by the team in collaboration with the companies and institutes. Moreover, we focused on making this an inclusive project. The project was open for everyone. We ensured enough differentiation so all young people could join, regardless of their education background or whatever. To achieve this, we partnered up with specific NGOs that can reach these different audiences and the difficult ones. Ultimately, our aim was to showcase state-of-the-art companies and the research infrastructure to these young people and making the world of high-tech innovation more accessible and inspiring for the next generation. Quickly summarizing, Youth in STEM is for youngsters from 16 years old and older, inspiring them in science, technology, engineering and mathematics. In their free time, we want to have state-of-the-art companies and the research infrastructure that are not available for the broad public. We want to do hands-on experience and we want to make it an inclusive project open for everybody. But it didn't stop there. We aimed to highlight the significant impact companies and the research institutes can have on sustainability, digitalization, energy and climate actions. Many people have never seen the innovative efforts happening inside an organization and are unaware of the incredible work being done behind the institute walls. Our goal was to showcase this innovation and go practically with these young people and provide them also hands-on experience that bring these concepts to life and inspire these future generations to contribute to a more sustainable and digital world. Of course, we could not do this alone. We needed a whole lot of partners in this project. And the first part of this project was, of course, searching these companies and research institutes that wanted to collaborate in this project. Luckily, we found a lot of partners for you, and I want to showcase them a little bit. So Sciotech is an advanced visualization technology company for airplanes, defense and security markets. TE Connectivity is an engineering company designing and manufacturing connectivity and sensor solutions, and the company is focusing a lot on innovation and durability, connectors, chips, sensors and so on. Another partner, more research institute partner, is KU Leuven, the university, which has an engineering department on electromobility and is focusing on electrical vehicles like bikes and cars. Volvo Trucks is assembling trucks and is one of the biggest companies in Flanders and doing a lot of efforts on sustainability and climate actions. Urban Crop Solutions is specialized in developing indoor vertical farming systems and solutions, and the company provides farming modules, custom designed plant factories and research services. All within controlled environment and regardless of external climate conditions. Of course, our own VIVES University of Applied Sciences was also contributing with their research groups on climate change and energy. More specifically on the investigations that on the research topic hydrogen as a climate-friendly source. PTE Kortrijk is a secondary school who has some research activities on aquaponic systems and has education purposes. Colruyt Group is a Belgian retail company that operates a chain of supermarkets in Belgium, France and Luxembourg. The company is focusing on sustainability, on efficiency, on customer savings, and a lot of efforts going towards energy consumptions, towards renewable energy and minimizing waste. Then we have also the PXL University of Applied Sciences and Arts, which was part of the advisory group, and at the end of the project it also did some workshops itself. And last but not least, we have W13 and Mentor NGOs, which are welfare centers and helped us to reach these participants that have it more difficult in society. The whole Youth in STEM project was a team effort. It required a lot of organization, from setting up advisory group meetings to targeting participants and developing workshop and promo actions. Now Lieselot Beke, a member of our team of science communication, will explain more about the project management and the practical side of the Youth in STEM project, how to reach and motivate these young people, and some examples of activities.
Hello, I'm Lieselot from the VIVES University of Applied Sciences, and I would like to share what we learned on organizing STEAM activities for 16-year-olds. Engaging 16-year-olds in STEAM activities during their free time requires a thoughtful approach, giving their natural inclination to prioritize socializing with friends and relationships. To make participation appealing, we focus on the following key elements. Timing. We found that young people are most open to additional activities when they have ample free time and are beginning to feel bored. Therefore, we schedule our workshops primarily during major school vacations, particularly in the last 2 weeks of August. Second is the content of the workshops. We design our workshops to offer experiences that are out of the ordinary and not available elsewhere. Participants get to explore the newest technologies through company tours and hands-on workshops. For instance, they might delve into topics like hydrogen energy, XR, extended reality, or scientific farming techniques. It's crucial to strike a balance between experiencing, doing, and learning. Third is transportation. We recognize that difficult access can be a deterrent. If the workshop locations aren't easily reachable by public transportation, we provide shuttle buses from nearby stations to ensure that participants can attend without any hassle. Fourth is lunch and snacks. To make the experience more enjoyable, we offer snacks, lunch and drinks as part of the workshop package. Last is the registration fee. We aim to keep the registration fee as low as possible, but avoid making the workshops free. We've observed that when there's a nominal fee involved, participants are more likely to attend and stay committed. I would like to give 2 examples of workshops that we did. First is a workshop, Car Technology in the company TE Connectivity. The participants begin with a tour of the production facilities where they learn how parts and sensors for electric and self-driving cars are made. After that, they work in small groups to get hands-on experience. They learn how to measure pressure using piezo crystals, how to turn a metal strip into an electrical contact, and how to assemble electrical connectors. The session ends with a workshop where they build and program an automatic garage door controlled by AI. A second workshop was in Sciotech and flags. The day starts with a tour of Sciotech, where participants learn about how displays for aircraft cockpits are developed, which requires a very clean and precise environment. Then they try soldering in the repair area. The day concludes with a visit to the Flags, the House of AI, where they participate in an interactive game competing against AI bots.
The workshop at Urban Crop Solutions offered a hands-on experience with cutting-edge indoor vertical farming technologies, showcasing sustainability and agriculture practices that maximizing yield and efficiency in urban environments. The workshop in Colruyt provided a great experience showcasing their wind turbines, solar panels and energy efficiency practices. In their distribution center, they use AI technology, and we had a workshop on how to improve wind turbines. So, what are the next steps of this project? The Youth in STEM project was funded by the Flemish government, more specific, VLAIO, and this for 1.5 years. Now we are entering a new phase. In this chapter, we are focusing on circular economy, featuring an escape room made of upcycled materials of different companies and workshops on recycling your own plastics. Thank you for watching this video. If you want to reach out, here you can find my email and telephone number to contact me. Thank you. Bye.
Hello everyone, I'm Paul Turcato from Portugal. I'm an ICT programming, robotics and math teacher, and I'm here to share with you a STEAM outdoor activity, scientific visit to the garden. I'm going to share just a small slide. And as you see, the main focus is our students develop a lot of skills, collaboration, and to use the knowledge to solve small challenge during the visit to the garden. They will be acting like citizens, and they will help with the activities, local authorities to put the garden more pretty or more useful. And we will use action-bound application. Everything is in our bound. We did all the activities in action bound, and the kids will solve the challenge. So we have 10 activities for them. They start in the green point and they will stop in the red point. And during the process, they must solve math, chemical science, citizenship, arts, a lot of activities. The starting point is here. In small letters, we can read here in English, Portela is us. So asking all the citizens to help in the garden, so our students will be doing it during the activity. Here we have a QR code. The QR code is to start the activity, and using the action bound, reading the QR code will start the activity. So let's go to do the visit to our garden. So I think you are watching my video, so let's go. So the starting point is here. We are going to begin our journey in the Almeida Garret garden in Portela, and we are at the starting point. So here they will have a QR code, and then after that they have to record a video, and with the name of the team. It's 4 students each team, and they have to say their names and submit the video in the action bound. So let's start. So we are good citizens, we are visiting the garden, so we will try to help local authorities to make this garden a better place for everybody. So we don't have a lot of time, so I will stop here and then I move forward. So the first activity is this one. So here we ask them to propose a solution to take care about these tables, to protect them. They have to do a research looking for some kind of ink or something to paint and protect these, and they have to tell us how much it will cost because it's important to know if we have budget to solve the problem. So they are doing a math activity, a research, and developing critical thinking about the things. So in each place we have a QR code with the activity. They have to write the thing and take a photo and submit a photo in action bound. So let's go to the second activity. I'm moving here. Okay. Here you see this kind of protection, but we need to cover it. And we ask the students to calculate how many square meters of paper or anything, a solution to cover this, to protect, and to put this different for the users of the garden. After that, they have to draw in the paper a square with 15 centimeters side, and they have to do or to propose a geometrical design will be used to do isometries during the covering of these. Okay, we'll have multiple squares, the same squares, but we need to have isometries in the final design. So next place, we are going to this tree. And as you see, there is a cube. It's a biocube, you can tell it. And they have to take photos, record, and they have to identify all things we have, plants, rocks, animals, whatever, because a week later they have to present a report to all class with everything. So we are working in science now. And next, we have to move forward because we don't have so many time. Okay. You see these rectangles, okay? A lot of them only with rocks. And we, in this activity, we ask the students to, we want to put plants or flowers here, and they have to propose a solution with the what kind of flowers, colors, but we have a restriction. They each flower or each plant will be in the center of a square with 30 centimeters side. So they have to be creative and they have to do a few calculus to solve the thing. And after that, they have to take a photo, submit, and the answer in the action bound. The teachers can see all the submission in the action bound on their computer. So we are going to the recycling point here. So here we have two questions, a simple one and another if they don't know the answer, they have to research. So we ask them what kind of things we can put in each place. After that, we tell them there is a lot of eco places with all the different kinds of of content of these things, and we asked them if I was a blind person or I can't see so well. How do I know in which one I must put a bottle or a paper? So they have to research and see in each box we have a different hole with a different shape, and that's the way to know in which box I will put my things. So okay, we are going to the kids zone here. We have to move. So here the question is simple. They have to enter the place to see if everything is okay, to read the rules in the entrance, and they have to tell us if people are respecting the rules, and if they think there must be new rules, they have to tell us. So they are acting as good citizens again. So now we are going up there to the small lake. And now we are going to do another STEAM activity. Okay. Okay. Here we have a lot of festivals, sports, music, street food, and so on. And we ask them, because local authorities want to protect the place, we ask them a solution and the budget we need to cover these to protect during the festivals. After that, they have to tell us how many cubic meters of water we have here. We have a small wood sink, and they put here, and then can measure the height, so they can estimate the volume of water. After that, they have to use universal indicator and tell us the pH of the water, and they have to help local authorities because they need to put plants and fishes here, and they have to research what local authorities must do in the water, what kind of chemical products or whatever, and present a solution. So we are finishing only 3 more activities. We are going down and down, and in this part of this garden we have trees and plants from all over the world. It was a bed zone in Portela. A lot of people from all over the world, they have trees and plants, and when they finish the zone and build social buildings for them, they put here in the garden a lot of trees and plants from all over the world. And in this activity, we will ask them about avocado tree, about another, and they have to research about what kind of vitamins avocado and other fruit can give us. So you see, you have a lot of different species. So, okay. And you see another. So we are going, okay. Here is another plant. We use it to cook, to perfumes, and that's the answer we want. They have to research about the using of this plant. Usually in Portugal we use a lot in cooking, so maybe they know. Okay. And this is banana, and we are thinking about athletes. Maybe in television they see a lot athletes eating banana during the tennis games and so on. And the question is why? They have to research about the fruits, and the answer will be magnesium is good for our muscles and so on. So here we are finishing. Last stop, it will finish, and we have one more challenge. That is, they have to write a song, can be in mother language, or in this case Portuguese, or English, or French, or Spanish, and the song must be a rap song, and it's about their experience during the activity. So they will go to some place around here and then record a song, and they have to sing it here at the finish, and a week later they have to present in class a report with all the results. So it must be collaborative work, and the kids during the process develop a lot of skills. Thank you very much for your attention. It was a pleasure to be here sharing my activity. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Priscilla. I am a Brazilian choir conductor based here in Germany, where I'm doing my PhD project, which is called the Quoting Choir. Today I'm going to share with you the main idea of my project and the first lesson that I have created. Coding Choir is both a plugged-in and unplugged approach where students will experience the basics of computer science through group singing, in the search for collective conflict resolution and bringing computer learning closer to a humanistic and holistic education. Music and computing share many similarities such as instruction, repetitions, and conditionals. And these areas mentioned are also found in computer science in the area of data structure, which are fundamental to the construction of computational thinking and logical mathematical development. The content I developed has been divided into 3 lessons. Today I'm going to share with you the first one. and the students will carry out activities individually or in groups. Both unplugged and plugged-in activities have been proposed, in this case using coding platforms and musical exercises. For each lesson, the students will complete a series of theoretical and practical activities on topics that intersect in music and computing. Each lesson proposed is expected to take 90 minutes. And here is why I decided to start over with my project using sequence because we have this structure as well in music. As a choir conductor, I see structure everywhere, and the music, the songs that we listen to every day, they are these sequences of melodies. So we have many melodies combined in a sequence, and then we have you can hear Beethoven symphony or a Taylor Swift song, and it's all about the sequencing that the composer decided to put the notes. So I think we have pretty here in common, and that's why I decided to begin with sequence. The main goals of the first lesson are here, and what I want my students to do is that they will be able to hear the songs, understand which part is part A and part B and part A, part B, part C, and they will be able to put those sequences in an order, to identify patterns. So here are the main goals of my first lesson, and I divided into musical concepts and computer science concepts, as you can see here. They will be able to compose, improvise, melodic and rhythmic ideas. They will be able to identify patterns of the melodies and of the rhythms. And the computer science concepts, they will be able to understand how they collect data. They will be able to visualize and how they can transform the sequence when they change the parts. And they will be able to control this flow of the algorithm when they change everything. So here are the three concepts in computer science education. And now I'm going to share you my suggestion of this class. Just one moment here. The 3 lessons are available on my website, codingchoir.com. You can check out later if you want. So here, the first lesson, I have a suggested duration and all the activities in a row. So I think it's very important to begin telling the students that today our class is going to be quite different, slightly different. So we are going to sing, we are going to bring music into our classroom. And here we proceed with some energizer or icebreaker. On my website there are a few suggestions as well. So these are activities that put all the group together in the same energy. Né? And then we proceed with some vocal and body warm-ups exercises. So it's a very hands-on lesson. And then here we begin, we have 3 minutes where we ask about students about the musical notes, how, if there is anybody in the class that maybe is able to sing the musical notes, a little bit of conversation about their experience singing and knowing the notes. And then we have here the first 15 minutes exploring a tool called Songmaker. It's a part of the Chrome Music Lab. You don't have to log in to going around. So there is a link with the first exercise here. You can check out later. And it's pretty amazing that Songmaker, you don't need actually to know the musical theory in order to play, because it's very visual and colorful, and everything you need to do is just to choose the colors and play the button. It's gonna play for you, and you can visualize what you're doing, your music, the music you're composing. And then, since it's very simple to use, you can ask the class. Now ask the class, hey, what would happen if I change this color into another, which means this note into another one? And this is how we control algorithm. So we change the line of the code and then we see if it works or not. So they are experimenting this musical algorithm. And then here we keep asking questions to our students. So, hey, I wanted in groups to make 3 changes to the notes in the previous melody that we're going to give the students. So here are the main melody, and each group will change 3 notes, 3 characteristics of the melodies. And then we are going to share with the group what they have changed so far, and we are going to discuss about what have been changed and what are the consequences of all those changes in the music. And then here's the catch. After working in group and experimenting everything, then they will have 5 minutes to create their own melodies using SongMaker. So this is a creative moment. We have some parameters. For example, everyone must use only 4 measures. There must be percussion or not. You can create some rules, or they can be as free as they want. No? And then under teachers' mediation, these created melodies are heard and sung by the group. And I know it's very difficult to make people sing, but maybe just using na na na, la da da, it's not a great commitment. Just, hey, let's sing together using la da da, la da 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 da, and we try to sing over the SongMaker sound. The next part of the lesson is time to listen. So we have here 4 melodies that I have composed. You can check on the website later. And the idea is to repeat those part A, part B, part C, part D. And then we are going to mix all those parts in sequences. And here is how it's gonna look like. So here I have created the first 4 melodies. It's already on the website. And then it's a game. So I'm going to play the first melody. Who is able to put the parts correctly? And we know we don't need to say that, hey, now it's going to be a computational thinking part of the lesson. We just need to make all the parts in a sequence. That's all we need here. And then in groups, we take this flowchart into a coding, a kind of coding. So here is how we could create this algorithm. So we have a command, hey, sing D plus A plus B plus C, and then stop singing. So we have all the rules here, and they have to create the flow chart, and from this flow chart they will need to create the coding of the melodies they are listening to. And as a suggestion in the end, your students can use SongMaker to create their own melodies divided into parts. Then they must create a textual command so that a sequence can be executed by reading the coding as the activity proposed above. So they can create their own music sequences, parts, using SongMaker, because there you can create and you can download as a WAV archive, for example. and then they can recreate this idea of creating sequences, but using melodies instead. And here are the learning outcomes. So musical skills. Students develop basic composition and performance abilities when they sing, when they listen to the melodies, when they are able to sing a little bit and create their own compositions. The coding skills, they gain foundational understanding of programming concepts. So they are creating an algorithm, but it looks like music, it sounds like music. And also collaboration, doing some of the work alone and some of the work in group, and they need to sing in group, they need to understand what other groups have changed in order to create the algorithm in the melody presented. So teamwork and communication skills are enhanced through group activities. And here I want to thank you for being here, and I leave you with my email and also my website, where you can find the 3 lessons that I have created, www.codingchoir.com. See you.
In this presentation, we'll be looking at a unique learning intervention, a collaboration between Future Focus 21C, Smart Lab Skellegs in Ireland, and STEM Arts Lab in the United States of America. We live in an era marked by unprecedented advancements in space exploration and technology. The future of space holds boundless opportunities and challenges, and as humans venture further into the cosmos, the intersection of space and learning becomes increasingly relevant and vital. This deeper understanding and innovation are essential as we push the boundaries of what is possible. Future Focus 21C is an education organisation connected to the Smart Lab Research Institute and the Inclusive Design Research Centre of Ireland, based in University College Dublin. We work with experts to move our programs beyond universal design principles to a scalable approach easily adapted to one size fits one. Our aim is to contribute to an educational system that offers young people the space to be themselves and be included in any aspect of society they choose to be part of. Our programs integrate inclusive practices beyond just human perspectives. We encourage learners to recognise diversity and use design to encourage and support it. Through the various partnerships in which we work, we have the agility to fill the gaps of most curriculum. In this presentation, we will look at an example of how STEAM education offers opportunities for the integration of the natural and social sciences with art to facilitate multi-dimensional ways of approaching challenging issues, such as characterizing teaching about the future of space, and a learning collaboration with Future Focus 21C Ireland and STEM Arts Lab New Mexico and a group of learners in Southwest Kerry. Through Future Focus's place-based STEAM methodologies and STEM Arts Lab's Space Messenger program, we explore the universe through the diverse perspectives of experts in the fields of science, art, philosophy, futures thinking, and creativity. In STEAM education, learning occurs at the intersection of 5 fields: science, technology, engineering, arts, and math, STEAM, transforming our understanding and investigation of the world. STEAM learning within the context of the Space Messengers International program emphasizes the integration of diverse disciplines to create holistic educational experiences that address the complex issues associated with space exploration. STEAM learning pedagogy, therefore, not only enriches traditional STEM disciplines by integrating the arts as a vital component, but also nurtures the skills and mindsets necessary to tackle the multifaceted challenges of the 21st century, particularly in the realm of space exploration. Two learning interventions, Space Messengers International and the Future of Space program, were designed to transform how we engage with space through STEAM education. Space Messengers International is a global extension of the US-based Space Messengers program from STEM Arts Lab. Space Messengers International, SMI, offers a unique platform for learners to engage with the universe, combining science, art, philosophy, and culture. The program aims to expand awareness, understanding, and connection to the universe. It emphasizes eco-social justice principles and envisions sustainable interplanetary futures, fostering global citizenship and addressing pressing societal challenges. The educational component of SMI nurtures artistic, scientific, and futures literacy. Through immersive experiences and interactions with experts, participants explore various facets of space exploration, including particle physics, multi-messenger astronomy, space policy, and future thinking. Active learning coupled with creative activities and projects empowers learning to deepen their understanding and envision alternative narratives for humanity's journey into space. SMI expands its reach through large-scale touring projection installations and educational workshops. By leveraging innovative technologies such as social virtual reality and immersive experiences, SMI seeks to democratize access to space education and inspire learners worldwide. The Muneen Catalyst Sustainable STEAM Future of Space program is currently supported by Science Foundation Ireland and the Department of Education Ireland. Part of a wider suite of learning resources under the Muneen Catalyst Sustainable STEAM MCSS project, the Future of Space program emerges from 3 years of research funded by the Environmental Protection Agency and industry partners like CPL. It empowers learners with systemic, creative, and critical thinking skills while supporting educators in facilitating inter- and transdisciplinary learning regardless of their subject expertise. This program underscores the transformative potential of STEAM education in preparing future-ready citizens equipped to tackle the complexities of space exploration. As space exploration increasingly embraces commercial ventures, Ireland's entry into the space race brings forth a multitude of critical issues and opportunities. Developed for post-primary learners, the Future of Space program offers a comprehensive overview of the challenges and benefits associated with this evolving frontier. Participants will gain insight into the economic impact of space exploration and ethical considerations. The collaborative program includes bespoke content, interactive activities, STEAM projects and discussions, giving learners a deeper appreciation for humanity's quest to explore the cosmos and the role that they can play in shaping its future. It utilizes an eco-co-design methodology trialed in London, Dublin, and New Mexico, integrating art and design into the STEM learning approach. A project-based approach also ensures that the learning crosses subjects and addresses social, economic, and environmental considerations. Future of Space and Space Messengers program integrated content, skills, and connections across subject areas with the overarching objective to immerse participants in space exploration. From a content perspective, learners were encouraged to explore their identities and roles as planetary citizens, focusing on understanding the universe, including concepts like the Big Bang Theory and particle physics, and examining Indigenous stories, highlighting the importance of Indigenous science in studying the universe and the Earth's origin. The program supported learners to develop VR skills using space-based apps to build avatars for their spaceboard and work with basic coding in CoSpaces to develop their imagined places for their project. By integrating content and skills, learners develop their creativity, communication, collaboration, and critical thinking. In addition to the wider collaboration between future-focused 21C, Smart Lab Skelligs, and STEM Art Labs, Future of Space and Space Messengers connected to renowned particle physics lab CERN and Dr. Stephen Goldfarb. Learners interviewed Dr. Goldfarb on his work on the Atlas experiment and were able to get a greater understanding on science and space-based careers. Further on in the program, on the additional day of learning, Dr. Goldfarb gave learners a virtual tour of the Large Hadron Collider. Learning was consolidated through 2 projects. They practiced working with a design brief by using co-spaces to create a 2-scene 360-degree tour in virtual reality, and then they tackled a more detailed design brief by creating an imagined place in space inspired by Irish Indigenous mythology. In groups, they developed a 3-scene VR experience using co-spaces. These projects emphasized design, integrating content and skills from the program, and fostering creativity, critical thinking, and interdisciplinary knowledge, preparing learners for success in our rapidly evolving digital world. The collaborative program of Future of Space and SMI ran from September 2023 to March 2024 in Coláiste na Skellige, with an additional day of learning in April 2024. 16 students started the program, with 10 students completing the project outputs and receiving certificates. All learners were in transition year, TY, an optional grade level of schooling in Ireland for 15 to 16-year-olds. TY sits between the 2 exam cycles, junior and senior cycle, in the Irish education system, and is seen as supporting the transition to a more academic process with no set curriculum. The program ran in 2-hour sessions per week over the 6 months, building content such as particle physics, world cosmologies and space law, and skills building. The original program was adapted to suit the context of the learners that we worked with. The additional day of learning focused on STEAM and space exploration through a variety of immersive activities. Firstly, they embarked on a virtual visit to CERN's Large Hadron Collider, led by Dr. Stephen Goldfarb. This experience provided insight into the fundamental principles of particle physics, explored the workings of the Large Hadron Collider, and delved into the latest discoveries and ongoing research conducted at CERN. Through engaging discussions with Dr. Goldfarb, participants honed their critical thinking skills by asking questions and delving deeper into the realm of particle physics. Next, participants were transported to the International Space Station through virtual reality. Here, they experienced the unique environment of microgravity and gained first-hand knowledge about the scientific experiments conducted on board, spanning fields like biology, physics, and materials science. Interactive simulations allowed them to explore the daily routines and activities of astronauts aboard the ISS, fostering spatial awareness and problem-solving skills in the context of space missions. Lastly, the day concluded with a dynamic discussion and debate on the future of space exploration. Participants explored the ethical implications of space exploration, including topics like planetary protection and resource utilization. They also looked into different visions and priorities for the future of space exploration, considering factors such as international collaboration, commercial space ventures, and sustainability. Through lively debate and discussion, participants further developed their communication and teamwork skills while contemplating the vast possibilities of humanity's journey into space. Throughout the program, we used a 3-2-1 reflection model using mentimeter.com as a digital repository, aligning with a process that the learners were used to from their junior cycle of education. 3 things learned enabled them to reflect on 3 things they learned during each experience or lesson that we had with them. This could be things like new concepts, skills, or insights gained. 2 things they found interesting enabled them to identify 2 aspects of the experience they found interesting or noteworthy, things like surprising discoveries, engaging discussions, or memorable moments. 1 question or feedback. They were asked to pose 1 question that the experience raised for them, or give a piece of feedback about the session itself. It could be about a topic discussed, a concept they're curious to explore further, or a challenge that they found during the activity. Through the 3-2-1 reflective method that we used in the program and the additional day of learning, we can see that learners have a greater understanding of what it means to be a global and planetary citizen. They have a wider understanding of sustainability issues both on planet Earth and in space, and feel a deeper connected to the planet, the solar system, and what potentially lies beyond. Their skills in communication, collaboration, creativity, and understanding of key knowledge areas of particle physics, space and science, native science, and Indigenous stories has expanded and increased. They feel more comfortable in storytelling, both in person and in digital form, and have further developed out those digital skills in VR, coding, and digital storytelling. They're also more aware of potential career paths within science, arts, and space that may be available to them and of interest. A significant outcome of the program is the establishment of a transatlantic partnership with STEM Arts Lab New Mexico. This partnership will focus on introducing more young people in Ireland to space exploration while integrating ethical and sustainable perspectives. By connecting with external expertise from CERN, the New Mexico Space Valley Coalition, and other partners such as UCD and SmartLab, the partnership aims to inspire future generations of space explorers and innovators. Future of Space and Space Messengers International has enabled greater access to space education through collaborative efforts, cutting-edge research and ideas that are brought directly to rural communities, distilled for post-primary education, which is challenging the notion that such opportunities are confined to national institutions or overseas. Young people have been supported to engage with content and skills in an accessible, hands-on manner. Participants not only develop new skills, but are also applying existing ones in innovative ways, fostering creativity and expanding their horizons through transdisciplinary STEAM learning experiences. Moreover, the programs disseminate contemporary ideas and opportunities in age-appropriate formats, making space education relevant and engaging for learners of all backgrounds. Leveraging both local and international networks, such as STEM Arts Lab and CERN, these initiatives facilitate global collaborations and knowledge exchange on a scale previously unseen in rural communities in Ireland. Thank you for taking the time to hear about the Future of Space and Space Messengers International Programme here in Ireland. We'd like to take the time to acknowledge the following people on screen who help support us bring this programme to Southwest Kerry. And if you'd like more information on the programme, do get in touch at www.futurefocus21c.com. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jo Trousdale and this is Richard Davis. The two of us have been working in the area of STEAM education for almost a decade now. We have presented previously at EASE on our programme Teach Make and the use of our TAME model, which we're going to draw upon in our session today.
So today we're going to be talking about a piece of work we've been doing with teachers in the West Midlands as part of a broader project, looking at the use of drawing for learning across the curriculum, but with a specific focus here on STEAM and STEM work.
So the project Teach Make is one that has come out of an arts and engineering education project, and it's enabled us to develop a model for education, for curriculum development. and we've been working with teachers. So we began in one area of Coventry, and that's the area that we reported on. We're currently now working in a different part of the UK with teachers in developing that. And this particular project that we're going to talk about today is based on interviews that we've undertaken with those teachers that are using the TAME model to develop their own STEAM curriculum projects, and the significance of drawing in that process.
And it's worth saying as we start, and we'll come back to this later, that one of the things that we found was that teachers found it very difficult to articulate how they were using drawing and the ways in which drawing might be more useful in the classroom. So that's where we were starting from in terms of some of this work. And what we developed is a relatively, we think, simple tool, but one that we've worked with teachers to be able to show is manageable and helpful to them in terms of their curriculum planning. And that's just a simple typography of different ways in which we can use drawing in the classroom. And we'll talk a little bit about how that examples of that as we go forward in this presentation. So you'll see doodle, sketch, diagram, technical plan, visual art is just those 5 areas that we think is worth focusing teachers' minds on as they think about planning and using drawing in the classroom.
So there's a number of reasons that we think from the research literature and from our experience that drawing is significant. First of all, we're very persuaded by the idea that there's a number of ways of communicating ideas which aren't necessarily always word-based. And so drawing, as many of the other art forms that we also use in our model, is a way of communicating ideas in ways that is pre-verbal and therefore often supports those who find articulating ideas in words more problematic, or that that's not the first place that they would start from. And often communicating through drawing emphasizes more symbolic ways and possibly iconic ways of communicating ideas. So it opens up ways of expressing ideas that people haven't necessarily worked through. So things that are emergent, that are in formation, where they haven't yet got to the point of being exactly clear of an idea.
Again, obviously in terms of science and STEM education, drawing, particularly through diagrams, is an important area of that, diagrams, graphs, etc. Our key means of communication, and the work in Australasia, particularly on representation in science project, I think showed about both the importance but also the difficulty of developing this in the classroom. And that was, a lot of that was in the secondary classroom. We're working top end of primary, but the same issues emerging there for teachers. And finally, drawing is also cheaper and easier to develop ideas through than building prototypes. So one of the things that we also do in the project is we work with teachers to use recycled cardboard in order to develop prototypes and children to do that as well in the classroom. But even with recycled cardboard, and we make do kits to be able to so that we're not using up resources, nevertheless, it's often cheaper for children to go back through the drawing, to use the drawing as a way of learning about what's likely to happen and to think through ideas in that formation on the page more quickly, more cheaply than actually building prototypes.
We've mentioned already that we have been persuaded by particular kinds of research, and this piece from Anne Anning has been particularly significant for us. She argues about drawing as a tool for thinking, which I think is central to our work. She says that in the world of work, drawing has been used as a tool for thinking, to envision artifacts or structures, to formulate or record plans, or to communicate intentions to co-workers. And she draws upon artists as well, the way in which they use drawing as a vehicle for rehearsing or clarifying ideas, for the production of 2- or 3-dimensional work, or to explore ideas or feelings. And she says artists use drawing also to present artistic statements, not necessarily serving any function other than the aesthetic. All of those ideas are important for us.
And she notes that in asking children to draw in educational context, we're deriving from practices from this diversity of social, cultural and artistic traditions. And however, and this was certainly reflected in our research and our initial research with the teachers, many teachers are only vaguely aware of the complexity of these traditions. For them, drawing is a minor mode of communication. In education, it's certainly secondary to writing and speech. And so, even though this work is now 26, 27 years old, nevertheless, we're seeing the same thing with our teachers in upper primary, where although drawing is seen as being important and something perhaps they might want to develop, actually, the way in which it's being used in the classroom, they found it very difficult to articulate until we really probed what drawing was going on in the classroom.
So, as Anning says, they are also uncertain about the appropriateness of genres for drawing for different purposes, and therefore unable to give clear guidance to pupils. And that's what's informed our research.
So one of the aims of Teach Make, part of a broader project, and we do want to emphasise this was only one of the aims that we were trying to do with teachers, was to develop the quantity and quality of drawing across the curriculum. The work we presented a couple of years ago had shown us that drawing was important, and teachers saw that as important, and we wanted to develop it in this particular project. So that's one of the aims in which we've been doing as part of this project.
Because our work with teachers, as it is actually common, I think, generally in society, is that teachers lack confidence in their competence to communicate through drawing, and they believe that they need to be the experts in that process. So what we wanted to do is to equip them with some kinds of tools to help them consider more carefully what were the purposes and characteristics they would be seeking to develop in using drawing in their lessons.
So we've been working with two visual artists who have been sharing their ways of working. They're outlined in red here. Phil, who sat down, is primarily in his professional work, works in the theatre, designing sets and large-scale model work within the theatre. He's skilled in technical drawing and in sketching, and sees his work as essentially a way of articulating ideas to others as part of the theatrical production process, but also to himself and capturing those ideas. And who stood up, and is a skilled visual artist in terms of his own work in painting and drawing, and also an art educator working across formal and informal settings. And both of them have been involved and have been sharing their practice in a range of ways with the teachers over the last year or so. So it's been really important that, as well as us thinking as educators and trying to work out what's going on here, as well as talking to the teachers, we're also talking and thinking about and Phil's practice. We're recording that, and we're having conversations with them about why it is they work in this kind of way and why they think these things are important to pass on to teachers, and why they're important for pupils to be able to develop in the classroom.
So we thought we'd focus a little bit now on the actual genres that we are using and how that's been significant. So we've listed them here: doodling, sketching, use of diagrams, technical plans, and visual art. And whilst they are listed here and numbered, there is absolutely no sense of them being in a rank order. This is not a continuum. There is no sense that technical drawing, for example, is more significant than doodling. Often quite the opposite, but these simply are just different genres.
Okay, so what we're going to do now is take you through each of those and just give some examples. We're hoping that you've already got some sense of what it is, and actually when we start to use these with teachers, they very quickly could start to identify how they could use these in the classroom. The issue was actually starting off that process of thinking more broadly about the value of drawing for them. So the first of our typography is doodling, mark making, typically with pen or pencil on paper, and which may be about patterns and shapes rather than direct representations. There's a certain thoughtlessness about doodling, but what doodling does do is it allows you to focus and often concentrate on something else that's going on. That may be a listening activity, that it may be that you're away in a sense with your own thoughts, and doodling as a way of helping you to be able to work through the ideas that you're developing in your head. And obviously we see that in adults as well as children, but very often it's not affirmed in schools.
Yeah, typically in schools what we find is teachers are wanting children to signal their attention to the teacher as the speaker, and consequently what they'll ask them to do is put the pens down or to make eye contact. And what we also know is that requirement to sort of look at someone when you're thinking something through inhibits thinking. And doodling is a way of sort of affirming in your own space as a learner your ability to do that thinking through. So I guess what we're trying to do here is to encourage the teachers to make that a thoughtful process, something that allows that ability to process something. So whether those ideas are relevant and related to the doodling that's going on, or whether they are separate too, they do seem to be useful in helping children stay focused and to listen and attend.
And obviously as well, doodling fosters familiarity with visual mark making, and so that's often is by affirming doodling, teachers are also affirming drawing more generally in the classroom.
And our second area is around sketching, which of course is about outlining those first tentative ideas. It's not about being particularly skilled in drawing, so we're encouraging teachers and their children to be able to do what might simply be lines or representation. So we're not seeking any accuracy at that point, but what we are asking for at that point is for ideas to be tried out. And it can be at any kind of scale. So this could be children working in journals. In some of the other work we've done, children have had journals as a way of just recording ideas in any diagrammatic, sketch-like visual form that they want to. Other times what we might want to do is to make it more significant by working on larger scale. Typically this work's done in pencil or charcoal. One of the advantages of charcoal, that things smudge and there's a nice messiness that's communicated initially, which also takes away from that obligation to be right or to be accurate. And often what we found is that it's the thing about sketching is that it can be a little bit dialogic. By having someone who sketches not just as an individual, but in pairs or trios, there's a sense of dialogue that is happening, and you're able to get your idea out first. So sometimes you want a large piece of paper with children grouped around that as a pair or a trio, and being able to maybe being given an instruction to do something and asked not to speak initially, so that those ideas come out first visually, and then there's some kind of discussion and negotiation, so you're talking and drawing together in this dialogic way. And often that's also a way of building confidence of those who are less confident in the drawing, that it's seen as an aid to thinking through rather than something that's skillful.
So our third type is use of diagrams, outlining ideas using icons and marks, so that we're communicating information, spatial relations or movement. Doesn't require drawing skill and precision in terms of a skillful precision. It does require a certain level of accuracy, a certain level of concern with getting things right, and that's because these are intended to communicate. And I think one of the aspects that comes through the research around representation in science more generally, and the way in which representations are used, is there does need to be a certain level of concern to make sure that children can draw sufficiently well to be able to make sense of the diagram, rather than it just being something that goes on the page but then not quite sure what it means. It's not really communicating. But it doesn't require that drawing skill that perhaps you might expect in terms of art work. It's not intended to look like the thing itself, the people, the situation. So, when we're drawing up the water cycle, we're drawing movements in performance, we can use icons, we can use symbols, arrows, etc. to be able to show what's happening. The idea is to communicate ideas rather than to draw something. So you don't try and draw the world with the water cycle. You have a schematic account of what's going on, and that captures the information that people's trying to communicate. And we see that a lot with the use of scientific equipment and with perspective plan views, aerial views of things. So these are things we use quite a lot in science, and important in terms of ways of scientists communicating with each other.
Technical plan is possibly the one thing that we discover from the teachers that they're more familiar with in relation to teaching design technology. They're well aware that in order to be able to communicate effectively what your project, your design is, you need to be able to represent that in a way to others. So in that communication, you're not just looking at the spatial relationships and shapes, but you're thinking about the accuracy of what measurement, what ratio, what scale, and possibly also wanting to represent things from different perspectives so that you can see an aerial view, a plan view, you can see the perspectives, what something looks like at the front. So this does require the ability to be able to introduce some element of accuracy of measurement, and therefore is going to involve an element of tools. So rulers, measuring accurately, maybe using squares, maybe using protractors, will be a characteristic of this kind of drawing.
So in relation to our final category, visual arts, the intentional detailed representation of an idea in any media and at any scale, we've seen in the UK how, particularly in relation to the biological sciences, there's been a reawakening of the importance of visual art, both in terms of representing botany and physiology particularly, but also in the teaching of it. Professor Alice Roberts, who's been very vocal in England and the UK in putting forward the idea that medical students need to be able to be encouraged to draw as part of their human physiology classes in order to understand more about what it is they're looking at and what it is they're engaged with. And drawing is an important component in understanding that.
And in our work, one of the things that has been quite interesting to note is when children have been using journals and they've started off with first sketches and they wanted to develop those further, that where they've been given the opportunity to go and revisit a sketch and to add layers in and to be able to generate the kind of atmosphere and effect and visual quality they want aesthetically with something, what they're doing in that process is refining their thinking. And that's often something that teachers talk about, is that children lack the readiness to be able to go and redraft and improve something. And one of the nice things about attending to visual art, not just that it's an important quality in education more broadly, but in this kind of context, is that it encourages children to do that deeper thinking and attention. So where are we up to? In our research, we've conducted interviews with teachers, and we've obviously gathered field notes from all the sessions that we've worked with artists on. And we've trialed this typography. So first of all, we've shared it with the teachers and checked how intelligible it is for them, whether the language and the ideas seem to resonate and mean something for them. And it's been used in this iteration of TeachMake to support them in their curriculum planning. So they have been not just identifying what kind of practices they're going to use in their work, but identifying which is the most appropriate form of, for example, drawing they might use any given moment. And what we're seeing is a more detailed thinking about the purpose of something and how they're going to facilitate and ensure the children to develop that kind of thinking.
So thanks for listening. If you use the QR code or the web address, you'll be able to access the cards we've been using with the teachers. We'll also, we've put on that website some of the reports we've written and academic papers around this work. So if you'd like to do that, they're all open access. So you should be able to click on that link and get access to them all. Thanks very much.
Hello, I'm Sujit Bhattacharya, and today I'm going to talk about microML, which is machine learning with microbit. And before I start, a brief introduction about myself. I've been working in the professional field for a very long time, more than 35 years of experience. I have worked with Indian Space Research Organization for more than 16 years. I'm making satellites, and then I also worked with European Space Agency for the Solar Orbiter satellite. Worked with a radar company as a radar system design authority, and also worked as a principal system engineer at BAE Systems in the UK. At present, I'm working as a principal engineer at CMR Surgical, which is into surgical robotics. And also I have founded and have my own company, Cambridge Digital Consultancy. Regarding the education from my side, I have done my PhD in electronics and signal processing from University of Edinburgh. Then my master's in signal processing from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, bachelor's in engineering in electronics and communication from BIT Mesra, India. And also I have worked as a research fellow both in Queen's University, Belfast, Northern Ireland, and also at Imperial College London in UK. Other than my professional and academics interest, I also have a very strong affiliation for the STEM, and I have been the mentor for Upright, NFL Research, and member panel for the CREST Award, judges for First Lego, and judges for other important electronics award. And also I have been the governor of the Cameron Village College in our city in Cameron. I've also been a very active member of IET, senior member of IEEE, and fellow of IETE. So I also been the Microbit Global Champion since 2022 with the added responsibility of empowering the students with the new technology and primarily on the microbit. So today I'm going to talk about the introduction to artificial intelligence right in the beginning. And then I'll talk about the basic element of the machine learning. I'll try to distinguish between what is machine learning and artificial intelligence. I also give an introduction to the microbit because this is where I'm bringing the microbit into the machine learning. And then we'll try to integrate some of this microbit for machine learning application, and we'll talk about some applications and examples. And then we can conclude and talk about some of the future works. So what is artificial intelligence? But before we try to discuss about artificial intelligence, it is better to know what is natural intelligence. And then we see what is machine learning, and then we can talk about this application. So for me, I define natural intelligence as ability to perceive or infer information, to retain it as a knowledge to be applied in the future, and ability to acquire and apply the knowledge and skill. So all these important ingredients goes into natural intelligence. For me, I define it very simply as if one has the ability to understand what to do next given a situation, then it becomes an intelligent kind of object. So we know about the human intelligence. We know about animal intelligence. Do we know anything about the plant intelligence? Because we are trying to mimic the natural intelligence in terms of mimic the natural intelligence for the artificial intelligence. We have seen the planets also do move. We have seen the slow movement of the planet towards the sun. And there's a fantastic plant, which I think fascinates most of us, is the flight trap or the Venus trap and the mimosa kind of thing. The mimosa is a plant where if you touch, it collapses, right? And then you have some kind of intelligence where you can see that, the plant is behaving in a certain way, which gives them the intelligence. We can see this kind of animations, this kind of videos, which are real. It's not animation, it's real.
It's much easier to use another plant as scaffolding.
And take support of another plant. But this is very interesting, where we see the intelligence. And also there has been a very nice TED talk, there has been a very nice TED talk where we have seen how the mimosa and the fly trap, the mimosa and the Venus trap walk in conjunction to give you a concept of timing or communication through the electrical signal. I would recommend the kids to, or the teachers to engage into this kind of TED Talks, which brings life about the communication which takes place between the plant and how intelligent they are. Okay, I'll not go through the full video of it, but important thing to understand is that we have intelligence in the natural form, which could be present in the human. We have known that animal, and now we have seen it is also there in the plant. So what are the major ingredients which goes into this kind of natural intelligence? We know that we try to, as a human being, it's easy to understand that from the human being perspective, that we sense something through our sensor. We try to learn, and then we try to remember, and then react. So these are the important ingredients, and having understood these important ingredients, can we make it in the artificial domain is what is our attempt. We know that we have primarily 5 major senses. It could be more than that. And then we have the brain where the intelligence, we pass the information from the sensory organ to our brain, where most of the action, most of the thinking and the remembering takes place. Learning also takes place, and it is also a source of telling us what to do next. So the reaction is also a part of the brain kind of things. And how do we build the intelligence? So if I think of a small child, how do we build intelligence? If I show orange, apple, and a banana, we try to train them, the kids, with some kind of features. So humans learn with features. Say, for example, for the fruit, which is to be classified as an orange, apple, or a banana, we'll look into some of the object features, which could be the color, the shape, the texture, the size, and the smell. So these all are the important features which will distinguish orange from an apple, and apple from a banana, or banana from an orange, those kind of things. So what we have done since childhood is to train, and say, for example, we give variety of bananas, show them green banana, the yellow bananas, and more the samples, the better is the recognition for the kids. So this is a training process which gets us to acquire that knowledge of for classification later on. So what we are trying to do is that exactly the same component of human intelligence, we are trying to mimic it. Say, for example, if I show an object to a child, and immediately, if I show a toy to a child, it immediately recognizes it and makes the child very happy. If I show a banana, what does the child, after the training has been done that this is a banana, it tries to understand the features of the object that is shown to the child, and it tries to match and then classify it as a banana. Similarly, can we do something artificially? So, for example, if I show a banana in front of a camera, which is a sensory organ, artificially sensory organ, which is like replacing the eyes of a human being, and pass that information to the microbit. So, for example, it could be any processor, but we are more interested in microbit. And then the microbit takes an action, and it could have an actuator or a source where it says that, oh, this is a banana. It could be a speaker kind of thing. So given the human being intelligence and the example, we are trying to mimic something artificially. So microbit has limited number of sensors. I'll talk about it, but we have plenty of sensors. So, and those sensors, some of the sensors are much better than the human sensors. So it opens up a lot of opportunities for us to do a lot of things where the natural intelligence phase, where the artificial intelligence can also become, or not necessarily artificial intelligence, but artificial system can be much more effective than the human system. Okay, so what is this artificial intelligence and machine learning? Artificial intelligence involves machine performing tasks that are the characteristics of human. So we are trying to mimic, and the machine learning is a simple way of achieving the AI. So just remember one thing, that artificial intelligence is a superset, and the machine learning is one way of achieving this artificial intelligence. So machine learning, for us, artificial intelligence and machine learning, we can use this interchangeably, but machine learning is a subset of the artificial intelligence. And then we have something called deep learning. We don't have to go into too much of it. But one important application of the machine learning which we will be trying to use is the classification, what we have seen. What is classification? Say, for example, for the fruits, it could be orange, apple, and a banana. How do you classify this? It could be applied in artificial systems like, electronic system, where you have the spam mails and the natural good mails, emails, and all the things. Also, there is another category which is called prediction. We are not going to deal with it. But what is all happening with this machine learning concept? The way the machine learning works is that we know that there is a traditional programming methodology where you give the input, you write the program, and you do the computation and you get the results. So for example, if I want to add two numbers, I give 2 and 3, and I give the operator addition, and I write a program, and then it gives me the result as 5. That has been the traditional way of programming. Whereas the machine learning approach is a bit different, where we are not trying to tell the machine, the operator, we are trying to tell the machine to discover or to find itself what operator is best suited. So what I do is that instead of giving the operator to the machine, I give a lot of data. Like say, for example, I give 2 and 3 and say the output is 5. I can say that 3 and 4, the output is 7. 10 and 20, the output is 30. So if I give so many examples to the machine, and I try to tell the machine, can you find out what operator I'm interested in? And it can come up after a lot of training, it can come up that, oh, you're doing a simple addition, and it can give me that operator kind of thing. And this is what is called as a model. This model, don't have to be very confused with what model is. Model could be some mathematical operations, like simple addition could also be a model. But we are not going to complicate the concept of model too much. But it is a very simple thing which involves some computation, say, for example. And computation means you're trying to understand what all operators are involved in it. But for us, it would be a very simple operators like multiplication and addition. So this is a simple summary where we are trying to compare the traditional programming and the machine learning. But the important thing here to understand is that you have to train the machine first. And once it is trained with several data, important data, then it gives you the output. If you give a new input, it will give you an output. So that has been the case for this machine learning. But important thing in this whole of machine learning is that we have the training and we have the deployment. When you say the training, is as if the kids have been trained to recognize different fruits. So we try to collect data, we try to give the right features of that to the model for it to evaluate. So but that training requires a huge amount of computational power. So we try to do that training in the big computers or in the cloud. Whereas the inference, when the model is prepared, so for example, if the computer has, the training has discovered that it has to simply add, then we can do that addition, which is called the deployment in a very small computer, which could be on a microbit as well. So remember, the training is in the cloud, which requires a very big computer. The inference, like once the model is prepared, involves very less number of computation, like not too much of computation or intensive. So it can be done in the small computer. The next slide is about the machine learning bubble. The machine learning has several classifications, I can say. One is supervised learning, another is unsupervised learning, and the reinforcement learning. We are interested in the supervised learning, where we are telling, oh, this is an apple, apple is a red in color, or orange is orange in color, banana is this shape, this color, and we are labeling all the data and and training it, and we are just interested in the classification. So we are just interested now in supervised learning and classification part of it. So similarly, a simple example, we talk about a neural network, which is one other way of implementing machine learning. If you show a cat, it should give me a prediction as cat. If I show a dog, it should give me a dog as an output. So important thing is to give the right inputs to get the right output while training. And when you give the desired input, it should give you the right output. So the component FML, as I said, is to be large quantity of quality data. Not only quantity, but the quality of the data is very important. We have to extract relevant features from the data, and then we have to choose a model. For us, it is a supervised model, and we train the model with the test data. And then once the data has been tested, once the model has been created, we test the model with the data to be validated. Yeah, it is working, and we deploy the model in a small computer. So basically, these are the basic components. So we will use all of these components and try to see. So training data. And as I said before, a model could be a simple equation of a straight line. It need not be a multiplication and addition. It need not be a very complex kind of thing. But the important thing to understand is all this training takes place on a big computer, which is in the cloud, and then the inference can be on a small computer. Okay, so let's go, and that's all about machine learning and artificial intelligence that we have to really understand to apply to our test case. The microbit application for the machine learning or machine learning application in microbit. So what is a microbit? Microbit is a fantastic smallest computer that I can think, which contains the brain, the sensor, the actuators. And if you have not worked with microbit before, I would recommend that this is the first step that you can use to train or empower your students. And it has a lot of sensors. It has temperatures, light sensor, buttons, motion, touch sensor, magnetic and sound, and actuators like display and the speaker. It also has an important feature like radio communication. Two microbit can talk to each other without any physical wire connection, which is a radio kind of thing. And we also have a lot of programming, very easy, like make code for microbit, which is a block-based coding, which is based something like on Scratch, to JavaScript, to MicroPython, to C, C++. So it can start with very basic, and then it can go to a very high end. So there is a huge opportunity for all levels of students to use this and make some interesting project. This is a very interesting thing that I keep saying. All of the students and the teachers who are interested in engaging with this microbit kind of thing, that we try to copy the human system. I have talked about it before. We have the input, like human system has the input from the sensory organs, and we take all the information which is outside our body, which is external to us. We take it internal to our brain, where we try to do the thinking part of it, and then we take an action. So physically, in terms of a plain English, it is a sense, think, and act. And from electronics or from computer point of view, it is input, processing, and the output. It could be applied to programming as well. And what we have done is to mimic this human system, say, for example, into an electronics artificial system, where we have the inputs like the sensors. We have an artificial eyes, which is a camera or a webcam. We have an artificial ear, which is a microphone, and that becomes the input or the sensory organs like that we have in human being. And then we take all this information and pass it on to the brain of the computer, which could be a very simple microbit. And then the microbit has intelligence, but that intelligence is provided by us in form of a code kind of thing. We write a code into microbit for it to act on the data that it has received. So now let's combine this microbit and the machine learning, and I call it as a micro ML. The first example which I'm going to give is about a microbit sensor, which is the sensor is in the microbit. We will use the first one is, so we use 2 microbit here. 1 microbit, the first microbit is used to capture the data. We use accelerometer. Accelerometer is a small electronic device which can sense the motion, and it has 3 accelerometers, X, Y, and Z. So it can sense the motion of the microbit in the X direction, in the Y direction, and the Z direction. So it can detect this one. So we will use the first microbit to use all of its sensors, like accelerometer, X, Y, Z sensors, and transmit that information to the second microbit, which is connected to the PC, and then the PC can then capture those data, and then it can train it in the cloud, and then the output of that model, once it is prepared, again works on the PC. We don't put it on the microbit yet. We are just using microbit to collect the data and send it to the cloud, and all the action further on takes place on the PC kind of thing. So in this category of example, I have picked up the playground, microbit playground. I have the website and also the QR code. It requires 2 microbit. You can also work with 1 microbit, but this example is with 2 microbits. You require, of course, a laptop or a PC. And again, it involves 3 important steps, as I have discussed before. You have to add data, you have to collect data, you have to train the model, and then you have to test the model. Okay. Once we have done all these 3, then it is ready. So how do we get around? So we have the setting of the microbit number 1, where we connect it to the USB. We have to simply download a program which is a source, which supplies. Sorry, this is something has happened. Yeah, very quickly, I'll go back to the right slide. Yeah. So sorry about it. So the first microbit has sensors. We'll be using that sensor of the microbit, which is the accelerometer. The second microbit is then connected, and there is a steps very well explained in the playground, where you can follow each of the steps. You can connect the second microbit, download the program to the microbit. So the second microbit is acting just like a radio receiver. It is receiving all the sensor data from the microbit number 1 and to microbit number 2, and the microbit number 2 is connected to the PC. The PC is collecting all the data, and then it is getting trained in the cloud. So the second step is first is to add data. So this is where I'm adding data to the microbit, and I have captured. In this example, I'm saying that I'm turning the microbit. I'm turning the microbit on the left side, on the right side, in the front side, and in the back side. So that's I have captured all this data. 4 sets of data for each of these actions. I have got 1, 2, 3, 4 actions. One is right. I think there is also a left one. So there are 5 actions: left, right, front, back, and none, where I don't do anything. And then we train the model. And once the training of the model is completed, so if you have sufficient amount of data, it says that you can then test the model. You can move the microbit, and you can see that the green says that, oh, it is moved back 100%. So you can know that this is working. But remember one thing, in this example, what we have done is just to collect the data, sensor data, from the microbit and nothing else. Like everything is done on the PC, on the cloud, and that's how it was set up. The example number 1. The example number 2 is that we capture the data from the microbit. We use again the cloud or the base to train it. And then we do the classification on the machine, but we can also take an additional step of activating the microbit, which would be the same microbit or a different microbit. So the actuator can be on the second microbit. So for that, I have picked up the makeAIrobots.com. which is very, very nice. But at the same time, please remember that you try to open each of the step 1, 2, 3, whatever is written in a separate tab, so that you can easily go back and forth. Otherwise, it becomes very difficult to manage. So in this, the first step is the teachable machine. Very interesting. I would recommend teachers to get involved in this teachable machine as well with Google. And then it has image project, audio project, and the post project. Projects. So I have picked up the classification, like image one, classification of the colors. So I have a red color paper, blue color, green color paper, and then none. And then I have shown and I've collected enough data, and then I train the model. And in the training of the model, you can also see what is under the hood. You can see how the error goes down and the model gets prepared. Once the model is prepared, then this model is good to recognize red, blue, green, and none of this color. Once you have trained and you're happy with it, you can upload. I have shown it with this pink color thing. You can upload and use the cloud model, and then it gives you a shareable link. So if you can copy this and keep it somewhere else, then what you can do is in the next step, you tell the PC that, oh, extract the model. Model is lying here. Can you extract the model and then take the input data and check what is it? So this is very simple, but at the same time, very interesting. So we'll do that. But before we do that, we want to take some action of the classification on the microbit. So the second step is to start the microbit code. And you can see rightly here that it gives you a block of code. You can write your own program here. So for example, I have said that I have red as my class 1, class 2 is the blue, class 3 is green, and none is here. So I've just written a simple thing that it should show me red, blue, green, and none on my microbit. Once I have that paper shown into. So you connect the microbit after you've downloaded the program in the microbit. You can connect your microbit to your AI, and then here it suggests you to put that model which you have copied, and then you can put the model here, and then you should be able to run it. When you say it's ready, you should be able to run it and on your machine, and based on whatever color that you show to your camera, it would then respond in the microbit. So it will give you R, G, B, and those kind of information. So what is happening? The machine, the PC, is taking this classification, and also it is transmitting serially to the microbit the action. So if you see the program, there is a serial communication which takes place between the machine, between the PC and the microbit. And this serial communication is based on whatever color that you show. So if you show red, the PC sends information to the microbit that it is R. So based on that R, it takes an action. So it's very simple, but at the same time, it is good to know the process. Otherwise, the students or teachers may get confused about it. Okay, the next one, which is also very interesting, is that we capture the data in the PC. So, for example, I'll be using the microphone in the laptop, and I will train, and I will use a laptop again to use that model. But then I will make a program for the microbit as well to respond, and we can see if it works or it doesn't work. So for this, I have picked up the machine learning for kids, which is a very, very interesting project. And then again, it has the same thing that you have to train, you have to collect the data, train, but remember the data collected is from the PC. So we are using the sensor in the PC, which is the microphone in this case, which is the motion plus, and we'll program it. The last part make is on the Scratch. So we will make a program in Scratch and see if it works on the microbit. So this I can do some kind of demonstration. Because of lack of time, I was not able to do demonstration for the other kind of thing, but remember this all can be demonstrated. The data generation, I have generated again the forward, backward, and none. But here I'm producing sound. Like I say forward, I say backward, and I keep silent. So, and there is also a background noise. So I collect all this data. It should have a sufficient number of data. And once it has sufficient amount of data, I go for training the model. Again, a PC based. And then we go for the application, which we will use the Scratch. I'll quickly show you the Scratch kind of thing, everybody. And once you open the Scratch with Scratch 3, it gives you additional block for extension for the data that you have captured. So here you can see it is giving me when I hear forward, when I hear backward, do certain things. And then I can also have the extension for the microbit. Which is a microbit extension for Scratch. And this is where I can now combine the machine learning extensions which I have created from the model and the microbit extension in Scratch, and beautifully things will work. But remember one thing, if you want to install the extension of the microbit, it is good to have the Scratch link installed, that is steps procedure, a small utility which you have to run, which will enable the microbit to communicate with the Bluetooth kind of thing. And then once the device has been found, if you pair it, then you can have this simple application. So what did I say? When I click on the sprite, you should display a love sign and say meow. And when I say A, then I activate the listening. When I press B, it will stop listening. So when I press A, I show a tick box and it is ready. And when I hear forward, the sprite should move forward 20 steps. And I display on my microbit, I display an arrow. So I'm doing the action both on the microbit and on the machine. And when I hear backward, it should go -20 is go backward and show the arrow on the other side. So this is a very simple program which I've written in Scratch, and I will just try to see if I can do a demonstration very quickly for this one, because this was very interesting for me as well to see, and it's very engaging. Let me connect the microbit just to show you that we can do this very quickly, and it's very powerful. So when I add device, so when I go to this extension, it says that there is no. So what I have to do is that I have to just give me 1 second. I have to go here in the microbit. There is an extension. You can click on this, and I can say, can you go for the microbit extension? And the microbit extension is here and is looking for device, and it will say connect. So I connect the microbit. You can see that I connected the microbit, and I can say go to the editor, right? So now nothing has been shown. And when I click on when I click here, see, it shows me heart, and it also makes a sound. I don't know whether you're able to hear the sound. Then I press button A here. Listening. It shows me a tick box, so it is listening. So I say forward, backward, backward, forward, backward, backward. So it should follow my command, but I'm saying this command not to the microphone. I'm saying this command to the PC. So let me try once again. Forward. It also depends upon the environment. Backward. So it should. So if I press, say, yeah. So there's a bit of a delay. That's okay. And if I press button B, stop listening. So if I say anything, it shouldn't work. If I click on the sprite again, I get this information. And if I say this one, listening, forward, 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 right? So it's working, and it's working nicely. So you can see that sometimes it can so happen that the training environment, and when you are applying this, if the environment changes a bit, if your microphone is not picking in the same environment, it can sometimes get confused. But we can change some of the parameters to get this working, and it works beautifully if you're in the same environment. I would always recommend that you try to use this application in the same environment where you have trained the microbit. And remember, here in this case, the sensor is on the machine, on the PC. It's not the sensor in the microbit, but we have taken action on the microbit. But the future work would involve, for myself, to have both the sensors and the actuators in the microbit. So this is a work in progress, which I'll be trying to do, but I'll also use MicroPython later on to see if I can train I get some of the data from the sensors of this microbit and collect the data, train it in the cloud, and put that model in the microbit so that I don't have to have the PC anymore, and I can then use only the microbit to do my machine learning algorithms. But I think my main target would be to do it on the microbit. So the future work is this one for me, for sure. And I would encourage you all to get your students involved in thinking about it. And then the conclusion is on my last slide. The conclusion is that we have gone through very quickly the concept of artificial intelligence and machine learning. We have introduced you to the microbit, and we have tried to integrate the microbit. We have seen three distinct examples, and I have also discussed something about the future work which I'm going to do. Thank you so much. And if you want to contact me, I'm happy to be with you all, and feel free to contact me, and we can see how we can all work together to empower the students and make them capable for the 21st century. Thank you so much, and bye for now.
Hello. The topic of my presentation is Unlocking Minds, Exploring Escape Rooms and Pedagogical Memes in STEM Education. In our fast-changing world, it is important to find innovative ways to teach and inspire students in science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. We will delve into how escape rooms and pedagogical memes can make learning more engaging and effective, helping students to think creatively, collaborate, and enjoy in STEM subjects. But first of all, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Tatiana Sidekerskaya from Kaunas University of Technology. I'm a math lecturer, and one of my biggest achievements is receiving our university's awards for activities implementing innovation in studies and improving study quality 3 times. And today I will present 2 topics. One is escape rooms, which I integrate in my lectures, and the other is pedagogical memes. Let's begin with escape rooms. What are escape rooms? They are interactive puzzle games where players must solve clues and puzzles to escape within a set time limits. In recent years, there has been growing interest in exploring innovative approaches to teach and learning that go beyond the traditional lecture-based model. One such approach is escape rooms, which offer an immersive and engaging learning experience that promotes critical thinking, problem solving, and teamwork. STEM education is essential for preparing students for 21st century workforce, which requires a diverse set of skills and competencies. However, STEM education has been traditionally viewed as difficult, boring, and intimidating, leading to a lack of interest and engagement among students. Escape rooms offer a unique opportunity to address these challenges and provide a fun and challenging environment that appeals to a wide range of students. The digital escape room, which I am going to introduce today, was organized during the COVID period in spring 2021. Digital escape rooms provide an online alternative to traditional physical escape rooms where students can solve puzzles and challenges from their own comfort homes. The concept of digital escape rooms are not new, as they have been used in corporate training and team building activities for several years. However, their use in education has been increasing recently, especially in STEAM education. Digital escape rooms offer a fun and engaging way to promote active and immersive learning, where students can work collaboratively to solve problems and apply their knowledge in real-world context. This digital escape room, which I would like to introduce, follows a lock and key pattern, presenting a series of challenges and puzzles that require players to find keys in order to unlock doors. The aim is to complete all challenges and puzzles within 100 minutes. 21 teams, more than 100 university students, therefore, from the Faculty of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, Informatics and Mathematics and Natural Sciences. This escape room was designed to be played in groups. The target for the team was not only to escape, but also collect as many points as possible. During the game, students had one free chance to ask for help, and any further questions cost penalty points. So using a teacher's help more than once reduced the probability to win. This digital escape room was played via Zoom platform using breakout rooms, and the game was created using Google Forms. Most puzzles not only require math knowledge, but also require students to utilize other skills like logic or searching for information on the internet. For example, in the digital corridor puzzles, students must not only solve a math problem, but also convert the answer into correct key. In this case, students must convert a decimal number to a binary number. This puzzle also includes misleading information, as the word math, it is presented in the binary picture, but is not related to the actual task. As a result, many students spend extra time converting the binary code for math and waste time. The other example is the yellow room, where students are not only required to apply the knowledge of symmetric bonds and even functions in definite integrals, but also need to know how to convert the answer to a correct key using double factorials. In the green room, students are presented with a series of challenging problems related to definite integrals. Once they have solved all the problems in the green room, we will obtain a code that will help them unlock the next set of challenges and move on to the next stage of the escape room. Most of rooms in this game are locked, but there are also unlocked rooms. An example of an unlocked room is presented on this slide. In this task, there are several graphs of even, odd, and never even odd functions. Students need to know the rules for calculating definite integrals with symmetry bonds of even or odd functions. And they should match A, B, C, and so on with 1, 2, 3 formulas. If this room doesn't have a key, students can leave this room without selecting the correct answer. However, if they choose the wrong option, they will lose points. And some puzzles even have extra tasks if were answered incorrectly. An example is presented on this slide. This game has many more rooms, but I am not going to introduce all of them. After completing all the puzzles and challenges, the results are calculated and the winning team is decided based on the total point earned. If there are multiple teams with the same number of points, the team that completed the game first is declared the winner. And after COVID ended, we returned into in-person learning. So the digital escape room was transformed into a hybrid escape room. In 2023, 8 teams, and in 2024, 9 teams gathered at the Kaunas University of Technology Library to participate in person. Each team received a card with a coded key and had to correctly solve a complex integral which served as a logic math exercise in order to find the number table. If a team failed to choose the correct table, they received 2 penalty points. If they find the table, they will have to find the link to the escape room. The game takes place on Google Forms, like a digital escape room. And most of the questions are the same as in the digital escape room. However, since this escape room was set up in person in the Q2 library, it also includes other live activities, such as finding the last key in the library. And we have distributed a questionnaire to students who have participated in the digital escape rooms to evaluate their engagement and satisfaction with the experience. The result of the questionnaire were analyzed statistically to draw conclusions about the effectiveness of digital escape rooms in promoting student engagement and learning outcomes. The concrete results are presented in our article, which I will introduce soon. In this slide, you can see only a part of students' comments about this game. And the main conclusion of this evaluation is that the digital escape rooms are highly effective in promoting student engagement and learning outcomes in university math courses. There are other options available for creating digital escape rooms aside from Google Forms. One particularly user-friendly option is Generally. This platform offers ready-made templates for escape rooms, allowing creators to simply input questions into the design spot provided in the template. In my Mathematics 2 course, I utilized 2 escape rooms, creating with this platform, directly incorporated into my lectures. One of them was designed to reinforce knowledge about differential equations, and the other to reinforce understanding of the basics of indefinite integrals. The first one was created using templates, while the second one was developed from scratch. To generate images and the escape room storyline, I used the ChatGPT chatbot. And if you are interested in the concept of digital escape rooms, you can find more information in our article. And let's move on to the second topic about pedagogical memes. But let's start with a short story. One day, I had a conversation with my students. 9 months had passed since the time I showed them we selected class circuit during our first lesson. During that conversation, I asked them if they remembered the electrical circuit which I used to introduce the matrix. My students said no. When I asked if they remembered a picture of my cat, what I showed them in the same lecture, they said, of course. So I was curious if I could connect funny and memorable views with important information. As a result, the first meme was born. The main idea is that students must remember when they can multiply matrices. Only when is the number of a column in the first matrix equal to the number of rows in the next matrix. Pedagogical memes are a new effective tool in STEM education, especially for the younger generation called the Z generation. Memes, being digital media, are widely used in education not just for fun, but also for teaching. In STEM subjects, memes simplify complex ideas, make learning more memorable, and create a fun classroom environment. Memes, being visually appealing and humorous, grab students' attention and help them remember what they have learned. Making good educational memes means finding the right mix of humor, relevance, and educational value. Teachers and students can create memes that explain important ideas, summarize lessons, or ask interesting questions. These memes can be used in presentations, study materials, online platforms to make learning more interesting and varied. Encouraging students to make their own memes boosts creativity, engagement, and understanding. It lets students express what they have learned in a fun way and help them learn from each other. Sharing and discussing these memes in class or online makes learning more interactive and collaborative. Also, memes make tough topics easier to understand, increase motivation, and encourage participation in class. They create a more dynamic classroom where students feel more comfortable asking questions and getting involved. And the incorporation of social media into STEAM education represents a significant shift in teaching methods. Platforms like Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and so on offer students unique opportunities for engagement and collaboration. Educators are using these platforms to create interactive learning communities, share resources, and facilitate dialogue. Social media provides immediate access to information, fosters collaborating learning, and presents complex STEM concepts in engaging ways. It also promotes a sense of community among learners. Using social media for sharing educational memes expands learning opportunities, allowing students to connect with a broader community, exchange ideas, and engage in global educational conversations beyond the classroom. And now we'll share a few examples with you. In this meme, the main idea is what the commutative property does not apply to the matrix multiplication. That is, A times B is generally not equal to B times A. To introduce one of the matrix applications, the rotation matrix was incorporated into a funny meme. And I would like to mention that I do not only use pedagogical memes in my lectures, but I also share them via Instagram. Using pedagogical memes both in lectures and on Instagram provides several advantages. It increases the likelihood that students will encounter important information multiple times, helping them to remember it better. By seeing memes in class and on their social media feeds, students are more engaged and connected with the material. Two more examples are presented on this slide. One of them is designed to remind students about convexity in curves, and the other presents indeterminate forms and limits. It's funny, but with tomatoes from my own greenhouse, by chance I happened to step on a tomato, and the site was very amusing, so I took a picture. Let's use it to create a meme. And in my lessons, I not only create pedagogical memes by myself, but also ask students to do the same. We are tasked with creating their own pedagogical memes based on one of the topics from the Mathematics 1 course. And we can create memes either in groups up to 3 students or individually. One of students' pedagogical memes are presented on this slide. And the main idea of this meme is what sometimes students confuse the scalar product and vector product and vectors. This meme helps them remember not only difference between these operations, but also how to calculate both. Based on pedagogical memes creation, a competition was organized, and on this slide you can see the winners. And we conducted a survey to assess the engagement and satisfaction of university students with the use of pedagogical memes in the Mathematics 1 course. A total of 84 students who had participated in the course were included in the survey. About 85% of students find memes to be an effective way of conveying information. And about 86% of students think that memes are an appropriate form of educational content in the classroom. And a whole 94% of students think that memes help to make the classroom environment more engaging and enjoyable. Furthermore, for the open question regarding how often you would like to see memes used in your Mathematics 1 course, the majority of students reported that they would like memes to be used in every topic. And additionally, this is not included in the survey, but after the course is finished, students are requested to evaluate it. A lot of students evaluated my course very highly and reported what the memes were a sizable contributing factor to the positive feedback. On this slide, you can see only a small portion of their feedback. And if you are interested in delving deeper into the concept of pedagogical memes, you can find more information in our article presented on this slide. And finally, in conclusion, the use of escape rooms and pedagogical memes can enhance student engagement and motivation, leading to improved learning outcomes. Escape rooms foster critical thinking and problem-solving skills, promoting students to apply these abilities to solve puzzles and challenges. Additionally, they promote collaboration as students must work together to find solutions, enhancing communication and teamwork skills. Integrating pedagogical memes and other digital media into educational settings has the potential to simplify and clarify STEM subjects, thereby fostering deeper understanding and knowledge retention. Incorporating pedagogical memes into assessments can stimulate creativity, foster critical thinking, and encourage the practical application of theoretical knowledge. Feedback from students has been mainly positive for both activities, with reports of increased engagement, collaboration, and enjoyment in learning. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any question, you can write me by email or find me in LinkedIn. Thank you one more time.
We reached the end. We thank you all for your presence. We have had the privilege of hosting a diverse range of speakers, each one bringing their own expertise in our discussions. Each speaker has shared their knowledge and best practices, contributing to the enrichment of us all. This summit provided the space for continuous learning, essential for our role of STEAM educators. Thank you to the speakers for the content they prepared for us, and also to the public of participants. We have broken the record of last year in the number of participants. We have reached 1,000 participants. We had registration from 74 countries, including colleagues from America and Asia. Our goal for the future is to expand our horizon and welcome new colleagues from other continents in the next editions and activities. The diversity of ideas and experience is one of our greatest assets. We have had 50 speakers with many interventions on several interesting topics, along with deeper intervention and workshops. Some of the topics we have discussed in this summit are coding, sustainability, cultural heritage, augmented reality, inclusion, robotics, AI, ethical issues related to technology. STEAM education remains a powerful tool to address all of these challenges. Not only participants have incremented in the EASY network, but also visitors from last year and memberships. We have other activities described within our website. 67 print and go STEAM education lesson plan, already downloaded 10,000 times and more. European map of out-of-school STEAM education organization with the over 1,000 records. A repository of articles in STEAM education. Other articles on STEAM pedagogy, makerspaces, educators and researchers. Free access to AI Easy Lab with a free chat GPT for the EASY members. So, we have the world of STEAM education here with us. We have been living it during the 2 days of this 2024 summit. We have appreciated receiving all of your ideas, activities, and forming new connections, and we hope that you will bring this experience with yourself to be inspiring for your classrooms, your Fab Lab, STEM Lab, makerspaces, libraries in your schools and in your organizations. Come and join our fantastic world, the network of European STEAM educators, where you can exchange ideas, explore new educational approaches, and discover the latest trends in STEAM education. You can connect with colleagues from any continent, countries, with formal and non-formal education worlds, to work better in the age of AI, where our students are the next generation that must develop STEAM skills and learn to use technology as active creators. I thank once again each one of you for joining us at this extraordinary event. Thank you for being part of the EASY Summit 2024. Good evening and see you soon.